1, strengthen bilateral relations. During this financial year that the Portfolio Committee is reviewing, we have managed to achieve all the targets except for one target, and that target focuses on holding annual foreign officers consultation. The reason why we could not achieve this target is because of non-availability of DECO head office to participate in the FOC that was organized by Singapore. And as the mission, we engaged with both DECO head office through the desk, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to make sure that this matter does not fall between the cracks, is resuscitated for the work that we shall be doing in the next financial year. And hence, we have now moved the FOC to the next financial year. But in terms of the work that we have been doing, South Africa and Singapore, as explained by the DM earlier on, enjoys long-lasting and substantive relations. And South Africa and Singapore this year celebrate 32 years of diplomatic relations that are anchored by frequent high-level engagements, multifaceted cooperation in areas such as trade and investment, growing people-to-people relations, and cooperation in the multilateral institutions. And if I may pause here, Chairperson, to explain what do we mean by the last one, which may not necessarily be part of the things that I'm going to talk about today, is that South Africa and Singapore have supported each other in multilateral institutions such as the UN headquarters in New York, as well as the work that we are doing in Geneva at the Human Rights Council. Singapore and South Africa have supported each other in other institutions such as your World Health Organization, your World Trade Organization, as well as in the different international courts, and they have supported our candidacies into our candidature into the different institutions, or even within the International Court of Justice. So this is the kind of work that we do. Whenever South Africa intends to raise a matter that South Africa feels it may be of concern to Singapore, if it is to be raised in any institution of multilateralism, South Africa will write officially to Singapore to inform them and to request them to support their position. And similarly, Singapore will do the same, and we will relay that information to our head office to relay to the relevant authorities. So in terms of attaining the work that I have just spoken about, in May 2023, our country signed 2 groundbreaking memoranda of understanding on skills development and ICT. The work that was done for us to arrive there was this high-level engagements. But we continued beyond that financial year into the financial year we are in now. During this financial year, we've had engagements at high level between us and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as the DM has mentioned, was part of the G20 ministers meeting that was held in our country a few days ago. We have had engagements with the Permanent Secretary of Finance in Singapore, who is equivalent of a DG in South Africa. We've had interactions with the Ministry of Transport, focusing on the frequency of their flights into South Africa, and of course, engagements around issues that relate to F1 Grand Prix. We've had other engagements with the other, at the other levels with the different structures in Singapore, including the briefings that we usually have between ourselves and the MFA on annual priorities. Chairperson, if we move to the promotion of bilateral trade, we have achieved all our targets for this particular target. And the impact of the work that we have been doing is that in November 2024, South Africa exported to the tune of 1 billion South African rands and imported about 307 million South African rands from Singapore. resulting in a positive trade balance of 760 million South African rands between South Africa and Singapore. And we mentioned this point, Chairperson, because we are coming from a situation where there was a trade deficit between us and Singapore that was not in favor of South Africa. If you look at our trade figures in 2022, the trade figures was that South Africa had export of 10 billion, whilst in Singapore had 18 billion. This had meant that the Singapore was trading more than us, and they were selling more to us than we are selling to Singapore. And this is the reason why we thought we needed to bring this. And sorry, not 10 billion, 10 million in 2022 and 18 billion same in 2022. But we're buying more from Singapore than Singapore buying from South Africa. So we thought we needed to make that point here. In terms of the targets, we participate in trade shows and seminars, and it's important, Chairperson, for us to mention that Singapore as a global financial hub and Singapore being considered as one of the premier asset management centers in Asia is headquarters of 37,400 companies doing business in various parts of Asia. This includes 7,000 multinational conglomerates. It hosts 120 trade shows annually. And as the mission, even though we try to attend all the trade shows, is not possible, we prioritize the ones that we think are speaking to the issues that affects us or may impact positively on our economy. And we've mentioned some of the shows that the seminars and the trade shows that we have attended as the High Commission. We have successfully lobbied for South Africa to host the International Women's Federation in Commerce and Industry, their Global Women's Trade Summit that was held in South Africa from 28th to 29th August 2024. And I was invited by RWFCI to be their keynote speaker because they wanted to understand how the women of the world who are in business can enter the African markets, but using South Africa as a gateway. We hosted an inbound women's trade mission where South African women in business came to Singapore to understand the market, but also we assisted them with things like business networking, business matching, so that by the time they leave Singapore, they have a good interaction with Singaporeans, not only interactions, but they can have things that they can look forward to doing together with Singapore. We hosted business forum during the South Africa Focus Week in Singapore, and Chairperson, we would love to share the report of the South Africa Week in Singapore with the Portfolio Committee to show you some of the innovations that we have started this side of the world. We have engagements with targeted government ministries as well as agencies that are stated there. We have engaged with the chambers of commerce, not only the South African Chamber, but also we have engaged with the Chinese Chamber, which has a huge membership in Singapore. We have also utilized the South Africa Focus Week in Singapore to engage with other chambers such as the Indian Chamber, the Latin Chamber of Commerce, and this has yielded positive results in that we have seen more companies being interested in visiting our country and investing in our country. Chairperson, on investment promotions, we have seen a growth in Singapore companies that are exploring investment opportunities in various sectors of the South African economy. Their current capital investments are in agribusiness, logistics, clean energy technologies, property development, AI, and telecommunications. Singapore-based tech investment networks like XA Network are expanding into South Africa banking companies also are expanding in South Africa. So these AI companies that I've referred to, they are backing our own companies that are utilizing AI and other tech solutions to address some of our domestic challenges. We have also seen our banks like ABSA extending into Singapore and meeting with possible investors for them to understand our financial system and how it works, so that when they invest, they have information about the kind of financial products that South Africa have. Some of these initiatives, of course, are supported by networks like the XA network. Chairperson, with respect to the real targets, we have achieved all our targets. We've had engagements with potential investors that we have mentioned there. Some of them have started some work in South Africa. Others, they are in their first phases of establishing their businesses in South Africa. We've mentioned the key ones with great potential to invest in our economy. Chair, we have hosted the South Africa Focus Week, and this is an initiative that we are proud of. And I must say that we hosted this week without a cent from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We used the innovations that we now have of hosting some of the sessions online, but also we've worked with different provinces. For 2023, we worked with the Free State and Limpopo province. And for 2024, our focus week was anchored by Gauteng province, and their Director General was here, and he met with the different government agencies as well as government departments and even businesses. So through the focus week, we facilitated government-to-government initiatives, government-to-business initiatives, as well as business-to-business initiatives. So the South African companies that were here during the focus week also managed to meet with their sister or organization that operates in the same sector as them through our networking and business matching program that we are running from the High Commission. During the focus week, we hosted a business day in collaboration with the South African Chamber. During the focus week, we also hosted a roundtable for young people focusing on the future of work that was led by the NYDA and the Character and Leadership Academy in Singapore. We also hosted a women's roundtable that focused on the narrative, where we're bringing together women writers and authors, and some came from South Africa, and we had a roundtable focusing on changing the narrative about the African continent. All of these are in our report that we will share with the portfolio committee. Chairperson, on strategic objective number 4 of promoting South Africa as a tourism destination, again, we've met all our targets, and the impact is that, Chair, we have seen from the kind of statistics that we give to Home Affairs on a monthly basis that tourism for South Africa is one of the fastest growing economic sectors, and it has huge potential. And the elevated profile of South Africa through the Focus Week and many other programs that we are running in Singapore has made sure that more people become interested in South Africa as destination of choice. And we have seen that some are using OR Tambo International as a connecting hub, particularly those who are going to South America. They usually would connect at the OR Tambo. So even that part of utilizing our airport as a connecting hub as part of our tourism work, it is actually kicking in quite well. Chairperson, because of the work that we have studied, the visa applications that I'll speak to when I come to consular work that are increasing. We have also seen that the flights of Singapore Airlines that leave Singapore daily and South Africa, the daily flights, they're always full. And this has even encouraged SQ to increase frequency of their flights to Johannesburg and Cape Town. And we are informed that in the coming period, they will have more flights coming to South Africa. Between the 3rd of January 2024 and 29th March 2024, they had increased the frequency of their flights. And based on this, they had 10 flights. And based on this arrangement, they have now chosen to have more flights on a full-time basis. And from the 2nd of April 2025, they will increase their flights to 10 per week, and then later on increase them to 12. And the starting date for 12 flights per week will be on the 16th of June 2025. Chairperson, as I've said, we believe that we have done a lot of good work with respect to this target. We have met with different people in the tourism sector, including our hub in Mumbai. We've engaged with travel agencies in Singapore and in South Africa that we usually would refer people who are traveling home to so that they can be assisted. We've had 2 tourism promotion events. The one was co-hosted with Blue Sky Escapes and the Rwanda High Commission in Singapore, and the other one was hosted by the countries that are under ASEAN and BRICS, and that also had a gastronomy experience where people had to have the taste of food in these countries that I have referred to. Chairperson, this coming Friday, we are going to participate in a TV show that focuses on our gastronomy and culture, and this is part of our work around tourism promotion. Chairperson, under strategic objective number 5 of strengthening people-to-people mechanism, we are doing a lot of work, as I've already said, through the Focus Week. We are fostering direct communication and building bridges between individuals and communities in Singapore and in South Africa. And this has assisted in breaking down stereotypes about the African continent, but also promoting empathy and respect and creating a foundation for cooperation, collaboration, and innovation across different sectors. I've already said a lot of things on the South African Focus Week. But on top of this, if you go to our targets, we, apart from the South Africa Focus Week, even though we did not receive a cent from our head office, we hosted the South African National Day, and we hosted in September so that it can coincide with the Heritage Day as well as coincide with the hosting of the South Africa Focus Week. We've also hosted a public diplomacy or image building events like Mandela Day, where we had our staff volunteering at the National Kidney Foundation, and we had quite a good report with respect to this work. We have 10 engagements. By the end of the financial year, the engagements with respect to public diplomacy will increase at least to about 14. Chairperson, I will just mention the ones that I think you will be interested in. We are engaging with the Center for Africa Studies that is located at the Nanyang University of Technology in Singapore. And we have been part of a lecture that was focusing on Africa and China, where the High Commissioner was requested to be a respondent in that lecture. We are in engagements with the Singapore Press Club and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. And as part of the work that we are doing, the High Commissioner again was requested to give a lecture at the Lee Kuan Yew Public School of Policy. And in this respect, the lecture was focusing on leading during uncertain times. It happened in September 2024. I said I won't mention all of them, but we appear from time to time in different magazines. We appear on the different newspapers around Singapore. The articles can be shared with the portfolio committee so that we have the sense of how South Africa is perceived in Singapore. Chairperson, continuing on the people-to-people, we have had 3 virtual engagements with Brand SA. The very nice backdrop banner that you have was donated by Brand SA as part of their contribution for our South Africa Focus Week. We have numerous collaborations with Brand SA since this time, including their engagements with the South African community in Singapore. We facilitated the Writers' Day event in collaboration with the South African community in Singapore and South Africans, as well as the Singapore writers and authors. On gender equality and women's empowerment initiatives, we hosted a Telkom Women cohort organized in collaboration with Telkom and the Graduate School of Cape Town University. We do this kind of work at least 3 times a year. Next week, we'll be hosting the NBA students from West University. And again, we have created a platform for them to engage with people in Singapore as part of their international immersion program. We've had 2 engagements held with Global Women of Influence, Singapore, as well as She Brilliance, who are our partners on women's empowerment and gender equality. In terms of skills transfer, we have engaged with the different sectors, Chairperson, around this issue. Chair, if you allow me, I'll then move to how we are structured. As the Singapore High Commission, we have currently, we have 7 transferred officials, and we have 1 vacant post of a political counselor. We have 1 field post of DTIC locally recruited personnel, and the other 1 is vacant. We have 5 field positions of LRPs and 4 vacant positions. All in all, we are supposed to be having 19 people, but currently we are about 12. Chairperson, we are located at 331 North Bridge Road in Singapore. The building is called Odeon Towers. We do not own any property as South Africa in Singapore. In fact, it's important for us to mention that only about 7 countries have their properties here, and these are countries that were in Singapore from the time Singapore was established, and because of that, they were able to buy land and they've built properties. Otherwise, all other countries have rented properties, and those are the pictures of where we are, as well as the office that we occupy. Chairperson, our official residence is 21 King Albert Park, Bukit Timah, Singapore, and those are the pictures of the official residence. When I move to information and communication technology, Chairperson, we are the ICT hub, and we are responsible for 18 missions, including ourselves. The ICT hub, Chair, was decided years ago, and when this decision was taken, it was based on the strategic location of Singapore to provide ICT technical support to the Asia-Pacific region due to its uniqueness of time zone, but also due to the number of missions that we have in Asia-Pacific. For example, Singapore is 6 hours ahead of South Africa, and when Singapore wakes up, most of the people in our region would wake up. For example, Beijing is 8 hours before us, and it is 8 hours before South Africa, so it is allowing Singapore to serve them when they are still in the office. We are also Singapore is 8 hours ahead of London and 13 hours ahead of Washington. The difference in time zones is significant in the execution of this support function excellently, because if you are not able to reach out to your clientele on time, the ICT challenges may not be addressed on time. Based on the above, it is not feasible that our ICT support center can provide ICT technical support to the Asia Pacific region timelessly, as end users require ICT technical support during their normal office hours. Just as an example, Friday we faced a challenge of a switch that is now faulty, and we are not able to get that from Pretoria. We've sent numerous messages. You cannot call our office. You cannot call any other office in the Asia Pacific region because of a small switch. Now, if we're empowered to deal with on-time challenges that we're faced with, the issue that this region is facing was not going to be a problem. So we require support from head office to make us efficient. The Singapore ICT Hub provides technical support, as I said, to 18 missions, but the important thing is that we provide support to 297 end users. This would mean that the 3 ICT personnel in Singapore, each of them are responsible for 99 end users. In terms of the ICT hub functions, they are stated there. I won't waste the time of the portfolio committee, but they range from desk management, handling of ICT requests and faults, to communication and reporting on ICT-related matters in our region. In terms of the digital strategy, as the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, our digital strategy has 5 components. The first one is modernizing data, second one, storage, application network, telephony, and cyber security infrastructure. In terms of the progress that has been made thus far, we have completed the desktop and laptops deployment. And in the Singapore High Commission, we have 5 laptops, we have 11 desktops. The other missions will report on their number of deployed equipment. And also to say, Chairperson, we can report that this desktop and laptop deployment has now been completed. So that phase of the digital strategy has been achieved. The second one is network modernization, or global wide area network, GWAM, as they call it, my ICT people here. In terms of this one, we have only completed the first phase, and the first phase is focusing on us installing new links that have now been installed and migrated. And we are currently engaged in the second phase, where we are looking at the rollout of new telephones. And with respect to this, we are also replacing the local network devices, or what in the ICT they would call switches. In terms of the backup, the on-site backup is performed on the external hard drive. So off-site backup is available at the London data center, because London is now the data center for that region and our region. We have a fully functional visa system in the mission that is allowing DECO to issue visas. In terms of this work, DECO is providing the infrastructure to host the current Home Affairs visa system on its network. And DHA, or Home Affairs, provides training and technical support on the visa system and all its required resources like visa printers and labels. In terms of the cyber security, ICT at head office is still awaiting approval for the security proposal that is currently with the supply chain management at head office. Currently, ICT is conducting risk and vulnerability assessment in various missions to strengthen the cybersecurity posture. When it comes to consular, immigration, and civic services, Chairperson, we have a special visa dispensation with Singapore where we have this exemption of 90 days for our South African people and the Singapore people who are carrying our passports. Singapore as an international hub is also a home of a large number of expat community. And we have seen that between January 1st and 31 December 2024, we have processed 5,734 visas. And may I say that this number does not include the business and special visas that we would usually also issue from the office. There are over 2,000 South African expatriates in Singapore, and this means that we are always engaged in areas of legalization of documents, etc., to make sure that our clientele in Singapore is catered for, but also they are serviced as required by different international protocols. There are 3 South Africans who are incarcerated in Singapore for drugs. And the reason why they are still alive and they have not faced the full wrath of the law as in corporal punishment is because the drugs they were carrying were not to the level of the drugs that are usually part of what Singapore would punish people with this highest punishment for. So they had not reached the threshold that is actually punishable by death. Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee has requested us also to just explain how the visa process works. We have the visa process had to pass. The first one is the front desk application process, and the second one is the back office process. In terms of the front desk process, that's where an applicant will lodge an application with supporting documents in line with the relevant DHA prescripts. First line of checking is done during this process by the responsible consular official. Fees are processed via a banking transfer, and once verified, the applicant is issued with a receipt. The mission stamps, the application form, as you see those stamps and the forms on the side, we stamp the form and show date of submission, status of applicant in Singapore, whether they are a resident or they are citizen, if there's a fee required, whether the fee has been paid, and also the receipt number as well as the date of collection. A visa collection slip is then issued to the applicant with the visa collection date. The average processing time for visa in our mission is 2 to 3 days, depending on the workload and type of visa. But for the last financial year, this time frame has not exceeded 5 days. So if for whatever reason we are not able to issue a visa in 2 to 3 days, we make sure that at least we don't exceed 5 days and have our clientele waiting for their visas for the longest time. The application is then barcoded for processing, is rechecked. The application will now be ready for the second process. The second process would be the electronic capturing. The electronic capturing is happening back office, and that's where we will then register the application, starting with inserting the type of application, the type of visa, the duration, the nationality of passport, fee, if applicable or not. And then once this has been done, we move to capturing, and capturing has those steps that are stipulated there. that include barcode details of registration will then appear, and then will insert the information of the applicant. Number 3, always we evaluate the visa. The information that we have on paper will then be evaluated against the information that is on the electronic system. And we will then print, and the print process is there, and then we'll dispatch the visas. And as I said, it takes between 2 to 3 days, and the visa process is done. In terms of compliance with PFMA, Foreign Service Act, and Foreign Service Code, we are compliant with all registers and monthly reports that are part of the PFMA processes, as well as the Foreign Service Code. Where we are not compliant is on this matter that I will report to the Portfolio Committee on. According to the Foreign Service Code, Part 1, Chapter 3 on organization and management of South African missions, it is a task of the head of mission to truly take the lead with, and will only quote the budgeting process and expenditure control in order to finance planned work programs and identified needs in accordance with determined priorities for the effective and economical achievement of the mission's aims, close quote. This provision has not been adhered to at all times during this financial year, due to the failure of DIRCO head office to provide strategic direction and clarify the role of the head of mission as opposed to that of the corporate services manager. The role of the head of mission in the management of financials was consistently undermined by the corporate services manager, assisted by DIRCO head office in the 2024-2025 financial year. This led to unauthorized expenditure that was reported to the Director General on the 13th November 2024, and I wish to report that we have not received acknowledgement of the submission that was sent. We have not received any communication with respect to this, except a week ago when we were asked to insert a signature for a colleague who is in labor relations. What are the other measures that the High Commission has taken in addressing this challenge? The High Commission has now made sure that the mission financial reports are tabled monthly to the Mission Management Committee. The Mission Management Committee established a budget committee to ensure proper management of mission finances. A mission budget strategy was adopted in June 2024, and we wish to share the strategy with the Portfolio Committee. The strategy is the one that assisted us to achieve on all our targets. As the Portfolio Committee would see, the only target that we did not achieve is the target that is not in our control, is in the control of head office. But we have tried very hard to make sure that it does not impact negatively on our relations with Singapore. Chairperson, if you allow me, one of the greatest concerns of us is lack of support from DIRCO head office in doing the work that we ought to do in the mission in Singapore. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Charlotte, our ambassador. Thanks for that comprehensive. Thank you for that comprehensive report. It's quite pleasing and detailed. Okay, let's take the next one. I think it's Vietnam.
Good evening, Chair and honorable members of Parliament and colleagues from the Southeast region. Let me quickly just share my screen with you so that we can, I have to find my document now. Where is my document? Okay. I apologize. My ITC skills are not as advanced as those of Melobe in Singapore.
It's okay, we understand.
Yeah, I'm a rural person, so we rural people, we don't mess around with ICT.
No.
Just hang on, I can hear somebody's footsteps coming to rescue me. Thank you, Miss. Trying to find the document that it was not allowing me to share. Okay, where's your share? This is the share button.
The ICT hub can help if you are facing problems, Honorable.
Yeah, if the ICT can help, but it's because I'm on an iPad. Ne? I'm not using a desktop, I'm on an iPad, so it's a little bit different. But I think Ms. Chikalange, our admin person, will be able to project because she has it on her system. If you can just give us 2 minutes, please, and then we should be able to be on our way. Thank you, High Commissioner Lobe, for succinctly helping us outline the function and purposes of missions abroad. This will help us to just kind of zoom into the areas that we are responsible for in Vietnam, because I think it sets a good tone for the portfolio committee to understand what is it that we are doing, over the broad overview of what we are doing as embassies in the region. As soon as we have the screen, I can keep talking and telling you what's on the screen, but I have a feeling that you would like to see what I'm talking about. What is that, Chair? Because I have the information in my head, but I think that's not what you are looking for. Huh? No, but Ms. Chikalanga is going to project from her. Yeah, because she's on the meeting, so she can just project. I will just have to follow her projection.
You don't have to connect from.
She's projecting now.
Okay.
Yeah, she's projecting now.
Okay.
There we go. Wonderful. Yeah, great stuff. All right. So, Ms. Chikalanga, you will have to just go with me. I'm going to have to tell you by slide so that we can work fast. So we are covering the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, which is a country of currently 100 million people with 73 provinces. And it is a one-party state. So yeah, elections are held every 5 years, and there's only one party on the ballot, and there's only one party that gets voted in overwhelmingly, and that is the party that is in government. Can we go to slide 2, Ms. Chikalanga, please? Our presentation is going to look at the following areas: political and economic deliverables, human resource, property and facility management, asset management, mission compliance with PFMA, progress on digital strategy implementation, and our visa application process. Next, please. As indicated, Vietnam is one party state. It is currently governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam that has the Secretary General of the Communist Party as the #1 citizen as opposed to the president. And with the passing of the former Secretary General, Mr. Chong, last July, Mr. Tolao, who was at that point the Minister of Defense, was appointed as acting Secretary General, and he also became the acting President of Vietnam because the previous Secretary General had been aggressive on a anti-corruption campaign, which resulted in 3 presidents being overturned in the last 2.5 years. So when I arrived in Vietnam in 2022, I presented to 1 president, and currently we have the 3rd president who is sitting, who has been removed as a result of this aggressive campaign against anti-corruption. And so Mr. Tolau now is the Secretary General of the party until the Congress that will sit next year in June. And the part of the work that they're trying to do is to streamline government, to allow for government to be lean and mean, but to also be very deliberate in implementing the deliverables that is set out by the outcomes of the last Communist Party Congress. It is stated that the current reforms that are taking place in Vietnam are the biggest since the last group of changes that took place in the 1980 when the Doi Moi policies were introduced. Vietnam is setting itself up as a emerging power in Southeast Asia. As you will realize soon, Vietnam is cushioned by very strong powers in the region. To our north, we have a big brother, China, and to our south, we have our very agile brother, Singapore, and then we have Malaysia and Thailand covering us. So Vietnam is aggressively trying to place itself as a force to be reckoned with, understanding that it is covered by very progressive and influential countries. And as a result, by 2045, Vietnam would like to see itself as a fully developed country. It is currently stated as a developing country, but the objective of Vietnam is that by 2045, it must be classified as a fully developed country. Next one, please. Next slide, Mr. Chikalanga. Oh, thank you. Vietnam, the relationship between Vietnam and South Africa is governed by three structural mechanisms, namely the Partnership Forum, the Joint Trade Commission, and the Defense Policy Dialogue. In the current financial year, Vietnam and South Africa has successfully been able to host all of its mechanism forum, with the Partnership Forum having set last in October, and the Joint Trade Forum set at the end of 2022, and the Defense Mechanism set last week, with the Secretary of Defense having visited Vietnam with the delegation. And this came on the background of the celebration of the 30 years of diplomatic relations between South Africa and Vietnam, where the two deputy presidents had visited each country as part of the 30 years of diplomatic relations in 2023. Vietnam has reached a growth of 7.9% in 2024, which is higher than the projected 6.5%. And this comes explicitly from the imports that have increased and the trade surplus that Vietnam has been able to produce. The strong rebound in the growth was helped by the government's increasing coal imports. I must pause to say that South Africa was for a minute amongst the big suppliers of coal, but because of our internal dynamics and how Vietnam operates, there was a little bit of a lull, because our approach is the market will determine what is the best price to be paid. Vietnamese have a very regulated price. They have a commission that sets out how much they are able to pay for products that they buy abroad. And they could not find each other in terms of what is the price that is going to be comfortable for both Vietnam and South Africa. And so we had kind of gone back, but in the last 2.5 years, we've been able to pick up again with the increasing of the coal imports from Vietnam. The trade statistics show that there's been an increase between South Africa and Vietnam export that has increased from 6.5 billion in 2023 to 10.5 billion in 2024. And this is Vietnam has increased, Vietnam imports have increased from 18.9 billion in 2023 to 20.7 billion in 2024. Positively, the trade deficit with Vietnam decreased from 12.14 billion in 2023 to 10.2 billion in 2024. In addition, in 2024, South Africa's oranges also gained market access to Vietnam, which will also positively increase and add to the growth in terms of our export and import rates, and also how the deficit is going to be dealt with. Next, the next one, please. Okay. The mission's annual plan that was submitted and signed by the business unit on the 28th of February 2028 was approved, and that was attached with the budget that was supposed to be approved. Following that approval, the Director General issued a directive on the 5th of April that missions must only be allowed to spend on obligatory spending, and all of the other work that the mission needs to do, we were supposed to apply for that money at the level of the branch. So which means that Asia had to share whatever they had with all the 13 missions that are within the region. And that kind of created a bit of difficulty because, as I indicated in the beginning, Vietnam has got 73 provinces. It's got a population of 100,000 million people. And therefore, doing business in Vietnam is not only something that you can do in Hanoi. It does require you leaving Hanoi to be able to reach other provinces. And those require also for one to be able to have funding available in terms of implementing these things. But part of the work that we've been able to successfully conclude in this current financial year is, as I indicated, the partnership forum was held, the defense policy dialogue was held, and we were also able to host a seminar on doing business in the Barriere Vung Tau province. And we were also able to celebrate Africa Day. And we were also able to do some work on celebrating Heritage Day and Women's Month, we were able to find other means to do. But we've also been able to keep our meetings between the Chambers of Commerce and the ministries going, which are in programs that we're talking about. Next, please. Our staff complement in the Hanoi mission is that we have a total transfer of 5 transfer officials, and we have 1 partner department, which is the defense. The post is currently empty. In the DERCO elements, we have 4 posts, but only 4 field posts, but the consular post is currently empty. With the locally recruited officials, we have 12 posts, and all 12 of them are filled up. Next one. Our embassy, as High Commissioner Lobe indicated, we do not own land or buildings in Vietnam. In fact, in Vietnam, nobody owns. Everybody has like a 99 years to 100-year lease, and then every 100 years it gets renewed. So nobody owns land in Vietnam. But for the South African Embassy, we are currently located at 31 Hai Ba Chung Street in Hoa Kim District, Hanoi. We share the same building with the British High Commission. Our rental is paid on an annual basis, but we've given kind of like a breakdown of what that would cost like in a monthly basis. But every June, the mission has to pay a 1 lump sum for the rent, and that's it for the year. And then for the official residents, we are at Villa 61 Q Block C Pucha in Tay Ho district, that is part of Vietnam. Tay Ho district is a compound that houses a lot of the diplomatic communities. And there the rentals is paid on a quarterly basis, and we're giving an average of how much that is costing in terms of the monthly basis. Okay, next one. We have some stuff in storage. This is the stuff that belongs to the defense attaché. As soon as we get the defense attaché seconded to the mission, this stuff will be able to be removed from storage. But the mission does not have any DIRCO stuff that is in storage. Most of our residences are fully furnished residents, and everything that is in the Chancery is currently active in the Chancery. And the storage for the monthly storage fee is paid annually. So we have the amounts there. Yes, next one, please. Measures in place to ensure the mission's compliance with the PFMA. Obviously, we spoke about the costed and approved missions annual plan that is with the budget that is attended to it. And then we have submitted our missions management demand plan to ensure that we keep in place with the approved budget. So following the directive of the DG on the 5th of April, the mission is only able to ask for funds to pay things like school fees, rentals, and the salaries. We are not able to ask for funds to do anything over and above our obligatory responsibilities. But in terms of compliance, the mission has not had any serious issues because we have policy framework in place. Our policies, we have our entertainment policy, our entertainment, telephone, and all the related policies that are reviewed annually. And this current crop of policies is due for review in June of 2025. The mission has got a MBAC that sits to adjudicate all of the purchases that are within the designated frame of the mission, and everything else that needs to go above that is submitted to head office. And we do our reporting on a monthly basis, and we report on time, with the exception of 2 time periods where we might not meet the deadline of head office. The first one is during the December holiday, when the head office gives us permission to close our books early. And then again in Tet, which is the Vietnamese holiday, which is known as the Chinese Christmas. And then that's when we will also be able to close the books a little bit earlier because of the time of the celebratory periods that are looked in that space. Next one. In terms of the ITC, our hub has told you everything. We have 5 laptops and 11 desktops. We have completed phase 1 of the network modernization. Phase 2 will commence in somewhere in the first quarter of 2025 and 26. We have the external backup that is available in the mission. Our visa system is currently fully functional, and as our Commissioner Lobe indicated, it is housed within the infrastructure of DIRCO, because we do not have a Home Affairs attache, but we also do not generate the quantity to justify using the services of a third party like VFS. So everything is done in the mission in terms of visa applications. The cybersecurity, same story as Singapore. Head office is waiting for approval, and once Singapore tells you that they have everything, then everything, all of those 13 missions that Singapore was talking about will be on the same wavelength. Next one. The visa application process, as we indicated, we do not have a third party. Everything happens in the mission. And so an applicant will come and present themselves to the mission after having secured their appointment with the embassy. The consular hours are between 9:30 and 12:30 in the morning. And when we have high periods, which is like between December and February, we create a space to allow for tour operators to come in after hours so that they are not going to be stuck in the middle of the regular applications. It's a DIRCO official who's taking responsibility for the processing. And once everything has been processed and adjudicated, it takes 5 to 7 working days to issue a visa. And on average, we issue about 140 visas per month. Next slide, please. And this is just like in the show. This would be the person submitting the application because they've been given an appointment, and then the local official will look through the application to make sure that they have everything signed, all T's crossed, and they have all the necessary documents. And once they have that, it will then move to the back office. That's our lovely DIRCO lady, Ms. Yoketsa, who's responsible for the evaluation and the printing of the visas. And she has to be extra careful because sometimes the printing system doesn't work, and then we have to resort to manual issuing. So the mission will always apply for a limited number of manual visas in case there's a systems program, so that we don't stop in terms of issuing the visas. And once those are finalized, the person will be called, emailed to say, hey, you can either come and pick up your visa, or you can send us a self-addressed envelope, and then we can forward that to your destination. And then that will be the end of your visit in Vietnam. And we hope you would have had a wonderful time in the land of Uncle Ho. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, House Voice. It's good to see you. And thanks for the very good presentation too. We will go to our third one, which is Malaysia.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Excellencies, good morning and good afternoon to the colleagues in the region. I am Ms. Jabulisile Msibi, Charge in the South African High Commission in Kuala Lumpur. I may as well say, welcome to the child-headed household. I'm going to share our presentation as prepared between myself and Mr. Mkwanazi, the CSM. So he's helping me to share it because it's from his laptop. It's on his side. Got it. Thank you. Go to page one. Yes, Malaysia. I will start with the political atmosphere, if I may put it that way. We mirror a lot of things with Malaysia. It's similar to South Africa. A few things are a bit different. Just like Vietnam, since I arrived in Malaysia, I've seen, I would say, 3 prime ministers. There was a bit of domestic instability. In 2018, they had their elections, and for the first time, the ruling party that ruled for over 60 years lost the elections, the UMNO, and the PK, Parakan Hapan, took over under the leadership of Dr. Tun Mahathir, Dr. Tun Mahathir was coming back for the second time. So that was in 2018. But in 2020, he stepped down. I would say that's when the problem started, because after him, there were 2 prime ministers until they called for early elections, which took place in November 2022, and Prime Minister Anwar won the elections. However, there was no outright majority winning. He won, and a government of national unity was formed since 2022. But then we noticed stability since November 2022 compared to the few years before the early elections that were held in November. Because according to their schedule, they were supposed to have held their elections only last year, but then because of the challenges, political challenges, then they had to have their early elections, which led to the government of national unity. So there hasn't been any challenges since then. Malaysia has more than 33 million. Their population it's about 33 to 34 million people, which comprises of the ethnic Malays, Chinese, and Indians. Just like South Africa, Malaysia identified they had a B20 and a B40. That's the classification of poverty. So they targeted the disadvantaged citizens, which were Malays at the time before they got their freedom. So they started to focus on something similar to what we call it back home, a BEE. So the BEE that we are following back home, it's modeled from Malaysia. So there's a lot of mirroring that we have, and a lot of what we learn from them in compiling and starting our policies. I'm not going to dwell much on their political environment. I'll just go to their economic overview. They have identified currently, with the current Prime Minister Anwar, they have identified digital economy as one of their key economic growths. So it's going to be distributed among the rest of the groups. What they've from the experience of the previous administrations, the current Prime Minister has introduced what we call Madani. Madani is a Malay word which means all Malays need to respect each other, respect religion, respect their ethnicity, and also they need to work together in achieving their economic growth goals and poverty alleviation. I'm going to pass on to economic overview of Malaysia. They import a lot of, most of their food products, they are imported. So from what South Africa can gain in Malaysia is their economic environment gives an opportunity for South Africa to supply them in terms of food security, especially halal products, because we have quality meat and fruit. But the challenge that we have, I'm sorry to just jump into challenges when it comes to this. We've been trying to export halal beef to Malaysia. We got permission. The first consignment arrived in July 2022, but then it was docked and stopped because they said South Africa is foot and mouth disease. And then that permission was taken away. So we're currently facing a export embargo from Malaysia. We cannot send our meat. We only sent it once. We've the previous High Commissioner met with the Minister of Agriculture, trying to resolve this issue. Last 2 weeks, we had a meeting with the department, which is a section in agriculture, which is called DVS, with our Department of Agriculture, a virtual meeting. We gave them a presentation on how are we mitigating the foot and mouth disease. Hopefully, it's going to bring about some changes. They will reopen for our meat and meat products following their embargo. But it's been a challenge for the longest time because the permission that we got in 2022, the application took 5 years to be approved. So we still have other companies that have applied to supply Malaysia with cheese, poultry, and other dairy products, but those applications are stalled. Nothing is being approved. As my presentation goes, I'll mention how can we mitigate such challenges. So currently, we export fruit and fruit products and other products such as aluminium, iron, and manganese. And in 2023-24 financial year, at least our trade balance favored South Africa. We increased by 10%. So there is a hope that we can still do business with Malaysia. We just need support. And I wish to mention that everything that is done by missions and DERCO cannot be done in silos. DERCO depends on other departments for support. So when we start trade negotiations, investment negotiations, we need DTIC to support us, of which unfortunately the mission in Malaysia is lacking. Last year we had written to DTIC asking for their support and strategy, but we're still waiting for the strategy. But we have our own that we are using. We continue to meet with potential and interested partners on various sectors. That includes science and technology. Tomorrow I'll be meeting a professor from the university on science and technology matters. Although it's a bit difficult to get meetings as a chargé, because unfortunately they would want to see a head of mission, an appointed head of mission representing the country. But where we can hold meetings and meet, we do that with colleagues. I'm going to move to the next slide. We have key sectors that we have targeted, as I've mentioned, halal. Besides us sending meat to Malaysia, we are negotiating with Malaysia to come and open halal parks. That will create more jobs for South Africans. So we propose that the halal park be placed in one of the hubs, be it Port Elizabeth, Western Cape, or KwaZulu-Natal, but where they will, so the work of the halal park will be that Malaysia will send their halal products for South Africa to distribute to the rest of Africa. And if their halal products they wish to buy from South Africa, they will be distributed from that park. So we've been meeting with a halal development agency. We've been meeting with DVS and MITI as well as Matrade. Those are the sections in the government, in the Malaysian government, that are responsible for trade and investment and international relations, apart from meeting with MOFA. And the second sector that we have identified as the mission, it's on agriculture. As we supply with agricultural products, citrus and other, except for vegetables, we are not sending vegetables on this side. On energy, unfortunately, we had Petronas that was operating in South Africa, and they sold their shares. They're over 70% shares, so they are out of South Africa now. But we're still hopeful that they can still come back to explore and invest in oil and gas industries in South Africa. On defense industry, there's a lot of a potential on defense between South Africa and Malaysia. We signed a defense cooperation with them. We supposed to have what we call a DEFCOM. Unfortunately, it was last held in 2005. There hasn't been the DEFCOM between our departments. The current DA, Defense Attaché, has been trying to organize that meeting to arrange for the DEFCOM to sit, but there hasn't been any movement in that matter. And as I'm saying that there's a lot of potential on the defense industry. I would say have Denel. They got a contract they signed a contract in 2015 to build defense or military vehicles for Malaysia. So the period where to 10 years was to maintain those vehicles. But the contract ends this month. The officials who were deployed by Denel to operate in this office are leaving Malaysia on the 31st of March this year. So in the next few days, our officials that were operating in the Denel office are leaving. Denel was partnering with one Malaysian company. There would still be an interaction and contact with the office. It's not only Denel that is interested in the market in Malaysia. We have Hensoldt South Africa. We have Paramount South Africa. They're also interested in accessing the market in Malaysia, but we need more support in getting that done. On training matters, Malaysia used to train South African students and government officials, but that is not happening anymore. I hope it will be revived once we start maybe high-level visits. On low-cost housing, Malaysia had proposed that they will help South Africa and partner with us in building low-cost housing. That stalled as well. We're trying to secure meetings with the relevant departments to revive that. But I believe it's going to work and it's going to be revived, especially because we managed to hold our foreign office consultation that was it was held in 2023 after it was postponed for 5 years or more. So we're supposed to hold another one, which is going to be hosted in South Africa. But due to scheduling, we have not yet been able to to arrange it. But because we had one in 2023 and had discussions on these matters that I'm putting on the table, I believe that it's something will change. On tourism, our tourism stats are increasing, mainly because we are now on 90 days visa waiver. South Africa had, for the longest time, South Africans could come this side for 90 days, but Malaysians couldn't until we facilitated that with the previous High Commissioner, and they opened only in 2024. That was 2023 December, after engaging them since 2022 July, but then they only opened in Home Affairs only gave permission for 90 days in December 2023. So though we don't get visa applications because they only go on that 90 days visa, but we do understand that a lot of Malaysians are willing to go to South Africa. But the challenge also is that we do not have a direct flight. So I hope that I've noticed the developments at SAA, and I hope that it's going to be on our benefit sometime in the near future, that we revive the direct flights, because we had direct flights from South Africa to Malaysia. We also have an air services agreement between ourselves and Malaysia. So it's going to be easy to reinstate direct flights to South Africa because we have a standing agreement with them. I'm going to move to the next slide on how to really push for these things that we wish they happen between the two countries. That is, we build strong and relations with the new government. That is the Prime Minister Anwar's government. Now, we really honestly need the presidential visit. We've been between ourselves and the desk at head office. I don't know how many times we've written and requested that that is fulfilled. It started with a phone call. We tried to have our president calling the prime minister, but it hasn't worked. But we believe that a presidential visit will take place, because the last state visit to Malaysia from South Africa was over 10 years. If I'm not mistaken, our counselor in Indonesia will correct me if I'm wrong, but it was in 2013. That was the state visit from South Africa to Malaysia. So unlike Singapore and Vietnam, we do not get high-level visits in Malaysia. I'm really thankful that the portfolio committee thought of us. I was starting to think that they've forgotten about us, but I'm glad that we have this opportunity and to raise the issues that we have as a mission. But we with what we have as the few officials in the mission, we're trying to build a good image for our country. I've spoken also about halal parks, and on the focus to renew South-South cooperation, we appreciate the support that we get from Malaysia, especially on the matter, Palestine matter. Malaysia is supporting us mostly also on they cooperate with us on multilateral matters. For example, the Palestine issue. So we have a lot in common in international relations matters. So on the access for South African firms and markets for SI products, yes, we will keep on mentioning halal, but I wish to report also that the mission hosted last week a team from Wits Business School, entrepreneurs, and we arranged meetings with potential investors and potential importers. From the reports that, because attended 2 meetings with them, considering that we are short-staffed. The rest of the meetings they attended with them, they met with quite a few firms and visited a few plants where they manufacture various food products. When I met with the team from VETS, I did emphasize that food security is an important matter, and it will be a good strategy for South Africa to supply food products. So from the meetings that they had with the local companies, I believe that something will come up out of those meetings. But we need high-level visits. It's always said that business follows politics. I've seen that in Malaysia. Because, for example, the state visit that took place in 2013, it resulted in Denel getting a contract of 10 years. After that, nothing happened. So I would really ask and plead that we get support in asking our president to come visit Malaysia, our ministers to come visit Malaysia. It is a very important move if we were to arrange such. On the next slide, that's one of our strategy to do presentations in chambers of commerce. The catch with this one, the identified chambers are not in KL, but in other states, like the state of Perak. State of Perak also is an important state for the mission, because was a state where there was a project that was meant to be conducted by our Transnet, but then unfortunately it was it didn't take off. So we need to visit the state of Perak, but unfortunately there isn't money for us to travel. As the previous excellencies have mentioned, that we need to, what we have now, it's only for obligatory expenses that we pay for as the mission. So it's kind of a challenge for us to perform some of the things. But as I mentioned before, we need assistance from all the departments that are partnering with us. It's not only Department of Trade, also the Department of Tourism. We really need that help. I've mentioned that we need departments to come and visit Malaysia. So it's also important, and I would really also recommend, especially when it comes to the issue of halal meat and the foot and mouth disease, that the team from agriculture comes to Malaysia and visit Malaysia. Maybe they will understand and they will hear us when we plead with them that there is nothing wrong with our meat. And the unfortunate thing is that the meat that we got permission to send to Malaysia was deboned and declared frozen meat, which does not carry foot and mouth disease, but they do not hear us. So I thought maybe if we get high-level visits, and they will maybe move from there. On tourism, we unfortunately we don't get much of a support, but what we do get material from them, but we also need to hold road shows where we would get a space and maybe exhibit our material in an open space, be it a mall, be it a public area. But because of the limited funds and other aspects, what we normally do would go at the reception in our building outside. It's an office block that we are renting. So we'd stand there and put up some material and distribute to whoever that's passing by our office. That's the only way that we try to promote our tourism physically. But then we do that also through social media, that is Instagram, X, and Facebook. So those platforms, we promote our tourism, not only that, and our food products, and we get a following, and we do get inquiries based on what we have put on Facebook. And then I will Now on the staff complement, the mission comprises of 10 locally recruited LRPs, that's LRPs, and 4 transferred. The 4 transferred officials, it's 3 officials from DERCO, that's myself, the corporate services manager, as well as second secretary political. And the 4th one is the defense attaché, Colonel Bosch. The mission has 4 vacancies for that's the head of mission, counselor, and chauffeur. I'll go to the organogram so that it will be noted. Then we don't have official residence cleaner. The current office cleaner is retiring at the end of the month, so we won't have an office cleaner after she has left. If you will notice on the organogram, I've written vacant on the 3rd secretary consular because there is an appointed official, but she hasn't joined the mission. So in the administration side, there's only CSM who's supported by the locals. The head of mission position is vacant. The chauffeur position is vacant. The councillor position is vacant. I am here as first secretary political, though I'm now the charge in the office. So these are the vacancies that we have in the office. But at least we get support from the desk as well as the locally recruited officials. On rentals, we pay quarterly rentals for the chancery and the residences of transferred officials. We do not have an official residence because we do not have a head of mission. The monthly rental of the chancery is, this is in ringgit. Monthly, it's 47,000 ringgit, 47,971 ringgit. I will give a quarterly in rands. It is, and cost of living, I must please mention this, cost of living in Malaysia is very high. That includes even rentals. So the quarterly rental for the chancery is 597,730. It's paid quarterly. We renewed the contract in 2024 for the period of 4 years. My residence as first secretary, quarterly, it's 97,189.80 cents. We also pay quarterly. It expires on the 30th of June this month. Corporate services is the same as mine. His contract expires end of this month because he's going back to South Africa in the next few days or in the next few weeks. And then we have the defense attaché. His quarterly rental is 149,522 rands. What's on the slide is in ringgit, and then I've just converted into rands for the rest to understand. The second secretary's rental is 80,991.50 cents per quarter, and his lease agreement will end in 2027 on the 15th of December. So those are the only rentals that the mission is paying for. I'm going to talk about ICT. Now, my presentation on ICT will be of a person who is not technical. Our router in the comms room was upgraded in January 2022. We received new ICT equipment in June 2023, that is new desktops and new computers. We had colleagues from head office who came to assist with installing and uploading the necessary information. And they upgraded some components of the ICT server. The optic fiber also was installed. Our Wi-Fi was upgraded last year in July, so it's much better. the challenges we have with our ICT, because on cybersecurity, it's the same report that the two excellencies have given. And I think Malaysia has more problems than the rest of the missions when it comes to ICT matters, because our backup system crashed last year, November. And unfortunately, we lost 3 months of our information. So currently, our backup is not working. We liaised with the colleagues in Singapore. They advised us to use an external hard drive, which is placed in the third secretary's office, because nothing is working on that side. The cause of all this, the hardware is old. It really needs an upgrade. Another thing, our server room, it needs an upgrade as a room itself, because the aircon is broken. So we're using mobile air conditioners to cool off the system. And the switch, Excellency from Singapore mentioned also the switch that is broken. Yes, our telephones are not working. Previously we could call amongst ourselves, head office and other missions, but right now, as we speak today, the phones are not working totally. So those are other challenges that we have. On visa or consular matters, they are conducted by our CSM, since our third secretary hasn't arrived yet. The visa applications, normally we get the business and student visas. The bulk of applications on student visas usually in January. We have a Muslim school in Durban and in Newcastle. So those are boarding schools. So 12 years up to 18 years, kids are sent to go to the Muslim schools in South Africa. So that's also a good, the good people-to-people relations that we have with Malaysia. So those visas, when they come to apply, they apply in bulk. The CSM and our consular / receptionist officer, they receive and adjudicate and issue according to the consular and civic and immigration policies and rules. So it's work that is done between the CSM and the consular official. I mentioned earlier that we have a 90 days, so we don't get so much of tourist visa applications. Then on corporate services, PFMA duties, procedures. The mission follows all the PFMA procedures we obtain 3 or more quotations on procurement and provision of services. Those are approved through an MPEC, that is a mission adjudication committee. So because we are a very small mission, it's everyone. Apart from holding a management meeting, we hold those meetings when we have to procure anything and approve or recommend. If it's something that needs more money that we need to apply for from head office, we only recommend as a mission, and that request is sent back to head office. Those meetings are captured in minutes, which are sent back to head office, including the quotations that we have received. We do send monthly reports to head office. The CSM gives a financial report in every management meeting that we hold monthly management meetings. Unless there's an emergency, then we do have ad hoc meetings that cannot wait for and the monthly management meeting. We have sent the demand plan, which is usually due on February. So between myself and the CSM, that was compiled and sent. We have only one, I would call it a deviation on the PFMA. We have an unauthorized expenditure that we have every month. That is the storage of the official residence furniture and assets. The reason why it's an unauthorized expenditure is that we have not received permission from head office. Request was sent. We've been interacting with the relevant office with regards to this since September last year, before the head of mission left. So when we were anticipating that, we wrote to head office and asked for the permission for to take the stuff to storage, because previously we were also informed that we are not allowed to use any storage. Missions need to keep assets in the premises of the office, but our offices cannot accommodate the furniture that came out of the official residence. So that unauthorized expenditure will go on until we get that permission, and also when we get a new budget, as well as getting the new head of mission, then we won't have to need to get to have this new the storage. But once we get new budget, because in the budget that has been we proposed to head office, we will include that. But for this financial year, the payment is unauthorized. We sent a monthly report with regards to this, because we cannot just pay and not report it to head office. So it's reported on a monthly basis, and the report goes with the proof of the payment that we have done for the stored furniture. I think from my part, it's the end. As I mentioned, we need assistance from all departments, from everyone. DECO does not work as an island. IsiZulu sithi injobo enhle ithungelwa ebandla. So sizocela ukusizwa kuleyo ndawo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, House Commissioner Osjabu. Don't worry with us, you'll never be alone. We'll come back during the discussions. The last one is Singapore.
No, the last one is Hanoi.
The last one is Jakarta.
The last one is Jakarta, yeah. Now they're confused.
My face is not showing. Tulelo, why are you occupying this?
How am I occupying that? I'm sitting here.
Your name is all over here. It should be
It's
my
all
face.
over.
Does my face show? I wanted people to see who they're talking to. Okay.
In Dadalhoro, you are very, very visible with pictures of your executive there on the wall. You look very fresh.
Thank you. Let me then go into the presentation.
Can't see you again.
Right. That's okay. Why am I getting some?
We can't see you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Mahuma Pelo, members of the Portfolio Committee, DDG Munyela, Senior Management at DERCO, and my fellow heads of missions in Southeast Asia. I'll go to my second slide. I can't move slides. What's happening now? Please bear with me. Okay, I can move my slides now. Thank you very much. The rest of how we met our targets for 2024 is reflected on our performance information reports that we send quarterly to head office. So I will not go blow by blow on those ones. Our relations with Indonesia evolve mainly around the political relations, economic and trade relations. Last year marked 30 years of diplomatic relations between South Africa and Indonesia. And South Africa is the only country in Africa that has strategic partnership with Indonesia. The three structural engagements that define our strategic partnership are the Foreign Office Consultation, the Joint Commission on Bilateral Cooperation, and Joint Trade Committee, which are both chaired at the ministerial level. Our strategic relationship is also elaborated in a program of action 2024 to 2028, which was updated by the Foreign Office Consultations meeting in 2023. Now that the Indonesian national and regional elections have come to pass and all government appointments are concluded, the mission is communicating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia to propose a date for the Joint Commission for Bilateral Cooperation, which they are supposed to host. The DTIC is expected to propose a date for the Joint Trade Committee meeting because they were not able to meet to make the previous date proposed by Indonesia. So far, our political bilateral relations are sound, and we often share similar foreign policy positions in promoting development and of the global south and advocating for peace and security. And just to give a global view of Indonesia, it's a country with a population of 280 million people. Is the biggest economy in Southeast Asia of about 1.3 trillion US dollars GDP. And I'll go to my next slide to talk on the economic diplomacy engagements we have. It is worth noting that South Africa is by far Indonesia's biggest trading partner in Africa. The total trade between the two countries in 2024 stood at just above 23 billion rands. The mission's work around economic diplomacy in 2024 was mainly in the wine promotion, agriculture, and tourism. In wine promotion, the embassy hosted a reception for Indonesian wine importers and distributors to introduce a greater range of South African wine products to the Indonesian market. The Indonesian market. The promotion reception was also used to launch a wine travel package tour to South Africa by the local travel agent depicting the South African wine route. While South African wines are visible in the various stores, the challenge of the South African wine exporters is that they trade in an environment where South Africa has no trade agreement with Indonesia. This results in high tariffs for South African wines relative to other countries that export wine to Indonesia. On agriculture, the embassy, working in collaboration with the desk and head office, Dalrat, Indonesian Ministry of Agriculture, and the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, was able to organize what we call South African Agriculture Week in November last year. The event was attended by Agri South Africa, South Africa Fresh Produce Export Forum, Wesgro, South African Halal Authority, and the meat industry, which was represented by CEOs of Karan Beef, Sparta Beef, QK Meats, the Red Meat Industry Services. The event featured seminars, networking sessions, and business-to-business meetings, networking lunch event organized by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The intention was to bring together South African exporters, the Indonesian importers, and Indonesian retail business to forge a momentum that would increase South African agricultural exports to Indonesia. On tourism, over the years, the embassy has engaged the travel trade in Indonesia around workshops and seminars to increase awareness among this business sector of South Africa as a tourist destination. Last year, the embassy put up a South African exhibition booth in Bali at an occasion called the Bali and Beyond Travel Fair, which brings together 460 tourism entrepreneurs from Indonesia and abroad, 40 travel operators, and the former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy in Indonesia visited the South African exhibition booth and were able to access promotional material. Although coming from a low base of tourism figures of Indonesians visiting South Africa, sustained tourism promotion events increase Indonesian travel tourist visitors to South Africa. From a low of few hundred visitors around 2022, we now around over 2,000 Indonesian visitors, and we hope to increase. We also have, in this regard, are processing an MOU between Home Affairs and the Home Affairs in Indonesia, whereby we lay in the ground of later having a free visa regime between the two countries. And we hope that will be an addition in the effort of increasing tourism between the two countries. This slide depicts the ups and downs of trade between South Africa and Indonesia in the past 5 years. Base metals, mineral products, vegetable products, chemical products, pulp of wood are the top 5 products that South Africa exports to Indonesia. As this slide indicates, trade between South Africa and Indonesia contracted in 2024 as compared to 2023. There is also a noticeable trade deficit that South Africa incurs year on year. In terms of DTIC stats of 2024, South Africa had a significant decrease of export to Indonesia in base metals, which may be as a result of the problems South Africa is experiencing in the steel industry. There was also a decrease of South African exports in automotive parts for vehicles, aircrafts, and vessels. In terms of agricultural projects, which entail live animals, vegetable products, fats and oil, prepared foodstuff, beverages, and spirits, South Africa exported fewer than 1 billion rand to Indonesia in 2024 and imported over 5 billion from Indonesia. We have since learned that the deficit is largely due to South African import on palm oil and its related products in large quantities. The reason being that South African production capacity on sunflower for oil does not meet the national demand. This may be an opportunity for South Africa to build capacity to meet national demand, which may have benefits of employment and help us erase this deficit. The embassy continues to communicate with DTIC to understand the drop in export of mineral products and the base metals. But I should mention that the biggest challenge facing South African businesses in Indonesia is the absence of any sort of trade agreement in an environment where countries that trade with Indonesia do it under one trade agreement or another. So, you know, when they export their products, they're at the reduced price. Ours, the tariffs are higher than those of the competitors. Now, my next slide will touch on the ASEAN. As you know, ASEAN is headquartered in Indonesia, Jakarta. So we are accredited to ASEAN. Members would also recall that Parliament in 2020 ratified the accession of South Africa to the ASEAN Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, which indicated South Africa's intention in growing relations with the Southeast Asian nations beyond the individual bilateral diplomatic relations that existed at the time. South Africa went further and applied for being accepted as a sectoral dialogue partner with ASEAN, and that was granted in 2023. Sectoral dialogue partners identify joint project programs and activities for mutual interest with ASEAN member states. This gives South Africa an opportunity to leverage business opportunities in Southeast Asia. The first ASEAN-South African Joint Sectoral Cooperation Committee meeting was convened end of 2023, where the then Deputy Minister Masheho Dlamini attended. The meeting negotiated and developed what is named the Practical Cooperation Areas for 2024 to 2028. The Practical Cooperation Areas were then adopted mid-2024, and that marked the start of the project initiation to substantiate the ASEAN-South African collaboration. Towards the end of last year, the second ASEAN-South African Joint Sectoral Cooperation Committee meeting convened, and the Deputy Minister Morake attended. The meeting mandated South Africa to complete its project proposal under the practical cooperation areas. We are currently at the project conceptualization stage with several South African stakeholders, which include government, departments, provincial authorities, businesses, business chambers, state agencies, research and higher learning institutions in South Africa. We are also at the stage of building capacity at DERCO to coordinate the projects, which includes establishment of the ASEAN South African Corporate Fund. It also includes a staff complement at the DERCO head office to coordinate implementation for DERCO to be able to disseminate the ASEAN South African Special Dialogue Partnership information as a national project to stakeholders. Oversight by the Portfolio Committee on these developments at head office will enhance our progress. My next slide is on corporate services. The mission staff complement is 5 transferred officials, which include the ambassador, with 1 vacant and unfunded post of the first secretary political. And there are 11 locally recruited personnel who include the 2 domestic workers in the official residence. There is 1 vacant post of the messenger driver. On corporate services, the mission adheres to the prescripts of the PFMA, such as financial delegations, maintaining supply chain management, compliance checklists, maintaining an updated supplier data base in the mission, and submitting monthly and quarterly reports. There is also, in terms of the embassy, there is a rental contract of the embassy, which escalates it's a 3-year contract, which escalates by 17% on the 2nd year and 20% on the 3rd year. This is the 3rd year of the contract, and the monthly rent stands at $23,188 US. I just lost the slide that shows these figures. And the rental contract for the official residence is a flat rate of 8,000 Rand per month for 4 years. These are the areas for the digital strategy, the different areas for digital strategy that are set by head office. In terms of our mission, phase 1 of the digital modernization process is rolling out new laptops and desktops, improving or optimizing the network. Phase 2 entails providing advanced telephone handsets and replacing the local area network devices in the mission's comms room. In terms of phase 1, the mission has received 2 laptops. I'm surprised that the missions that reported before us have got 5 laptops. We have 2 laptops and 12 desktops. The mission also installed a SIP trunk. It's called a SIP trunk. These are technical terms that are beyond me. The SIP trunk is for multimedia communication services. We have refreshed the obsolete network, and we have a Cisco for internal communication, which includes head office and all the South African missions around the world. The mission for now awaits phase 2 to kick in. That I spoke to the digital strategy. Yes, the digital, there's a continuation of the digital strategy on the data centers. For the data center modernization, we have one side backup in the mission, on-site backup, and an off-site backup in head office. And for the visa system, the mission houses the infrastructure in terms of application forms and issuing of visas. And the Department of Home Affairs provides technical support, training, printers, and labels. On cybersecurity, it's still work in progress from head office, wherein the ICT will conduct security vulnerabilities of the mission. We are informed that approval of a document that outlines ICT security requirements for the department is work in progress. On the visa processes, the slide shows our reception area, the first port of call for people applying for the visa. The area opens from 8:30 to 12:30, Monday to Friday. It is staffed by one locally recruited staff member, supervised by the third secretary, who is a transferred official. Applicants have a choice to either hand in the application forms and all required documents to the mission, or if they wish, they may apply online, which goes directly to the Department of Home Affairs. The visa labels are handwritten because the printer has not been functional for years. We have an arrangement. It's not an arrangement, let me say, Indonesia has granted South Africa a visa. You can arrive without a visa and apply for visa on arrival for 30 days. And diplomats do not have visa requirements. And the slide you see before me now, it depicts the visa labels that are handwritten, and the rest is the chronological step by step up to the issuance of the visa. Before I go, Chair, I just wanted our CSM to show you moving pictures of the Chancery and the official residence. May you? Is it sharing? Is it sharing? One moment. Looks like we're failing. Chancery video. Okay, by luck, here we are. It will just take a minute. This is the Chancery, the embassy. Have some kind of a combination, a hybrid of open plan and closed plan. Yeah. Still rolling. Ambassador's office. Chancellor, that was the office for the councillor. Comms room. Yeah, that's the end. Let's show you the official residence. Yeah, as the front door. As the yard, surroundings. Not very clean, the surroundings. That's the interior. That's the big maybe. Yeah. Where do I do my thing? Where's my slide? Yeah, thank you. That's the end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lekgoro, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all our presenters, the manner in which you presented. You are the last line of defense in as far as South Africa's image is concerned overseas, but also the importance of making sure that we penetrate global markets as part of growing South Africa's economy. Honorable members, those are the 4 presentations. We will now take your questions and comments. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the colleagues and our high commissioners in the 4 different countries. Chair, we must first maybe welcome all the presentations that were made here. Just first thing is that on on the invitation, Chair, it was stated that we are going to get a video recording of all the embassies. I see we only got one of the embassy in Indonesia. I don't know what happened to the other 3 embassies. Maybe perhaps they forgot to upload the videos and display it for us on the screen as it was promised on the invitation. Nonetheless, Chair, we move. Now, Chair, you know, it's quite interesting to get this report. Because firstly, if you look at Indonesia, for example, Chair, you know, the economy of that country is based on industrialization. Perhaps, Chair, when we take this report in future with other embassies, we must be able to then be able to measure if we can be able to leverage and get skills and skill transfer and training on how to build our economy in terms of how to industrialize. We know South Africa, in order to grow the economy of South Africa, we will need to industrialize. But here we have diplomatic relations with a country that has industrialized, and their economy is one of the biggest economies in the world. And, you know, we should take the opportunity to learn and perhaps do a case study on how to then industrialize ourselves, to just get skills from them and benefit from the bilateral diplomatic relations that we so enjoy with them. Now, Chair, it is also an opportunity to expand our trade deals with these different countries. What I want to understand with the presentation from Commissioner Love is that we hosted, as she explained in the presentation, we hosted the IWFCI event here in South Africa. But it's very interesting, Chair, when we host these international events in the country, what are the lasting, tangible, practical things we can hold and show that we have benefited from hosting such events? I'll give you an example, Chair. Whenever there's an event that you host, you must see benefits to it in the long run. It must not just be an issue of tourism only, booking of accommodation. In fact, the accommodation that gets to be booked, Chair, also happens around either Sandton or Cape Town, which is the already well-developed cities. What is it that we do beyond that to attract our visitors, our tourists, to go beyond Sandton, to go and see and experience South Africa in totality, not just the suburbs. South Africa is not just the suburbs, there's township. Soweto is the biggest township in Africa. It's a very big township. How then do we get to leverage these things, these events that we host to benefit ordinary South Africans? But also, after we've hosted this event, do we then go back to evaluate how did it benefit us as South Africa in the long run? Another thing I want to raise, Chair, is that this, I think we have heard with the Malaysian presentation that we don't enjoy any trade deals between us and the Malaysian government. Then, Chair, once there's trade deals between South Africa and any other country, do we then go back and be able to get a report on how does this trade deal benefit ordinary South Africans? How so, Chair? When there's trade agreements, we know the companies that are exporting their products or services to these countries. Do we then go back and check these countries that we are priding ourselves that they are now exporting a number of goods or services to these countries? Do we then go back and check who owns these companies? Because we might be I want to give an example. We might be celebrating that we are exporting coal and mineral resources. But at the end of the day, who owns these mining companies if you check in South Africa? In the main, it's multinational companies. They are not South African owned companies, But at the end of the day, we're saying that South Africa is exporting this number of tons of coal per year. How then does it benefit ordinary South Africans? Do we then go and evaluate that these trade deals that we enter with the different countries, do they, at the end of the day, benefit South African-owned companies? If it's South African-owned or whatever companies benefit, do we check percentage of youth beneficiation from these trade deals were made in, women beneficiation, if these companies are 100% South African-owned or not? Because I think it's very important. Now, Commissioner Jabulile mentioned that we are having an issue with beef being exported to Malaysia because of the foot and mouth disease. Now, if that is the case, now we need the intervention of government. When government intervenes and now the market opens up for us and it becomes a smooth process for us to then export beef, it's a good market, it's a good way for businesses of South Africa to strive. But do we have a report that we can be able to get at some point that, okay, from our trade deal of Malaysia, the beef issue, the export embargo that was imposed on us, now that it has been lifted, the businesses, we don't even have to get the names of the companies, Chair. It can just be saying that the businesses that have now been able to enter that market and successfully create jobs for South Africa, there are 50 for argument's sake. Out of the 50, 3 are owned by women, 5 are owned by the youth, and 20 are 100% South African owned, and maybe 10 are multinational companies. Those are the things we need to look at, Chair, because whenever government does something, let's be honest, there's always demographics in mind. We always keep in mind the issue of demographics of South Africa. We cannot that we enter trade deals and at the end of the day, those trade deals we enter into do not benefit South Africans. We are entering these trade deals to only benefit the multinational companies that are operating in our country, and then we get to celebrate those things as our achievements. I think this is information that embassies will have, because these companies, when they go and sign deals and trade in the different countries, it's through diplomatic channels. They get visa, they go there, their companies get to be registered. So it's issues that we should have access to, and we are able to then interrogate in that level. Now, why is it, Chair, that every time when there's major events, besides sporting events, they then get to be hosted in the well-developed cities, only Johannesburg, which we know it always is around Sandton, or in the city of Cape Town? Why is it that we don't get to canvas that these events, these international events that we get to host in South Africa, do we ever canvas for them to go in the townships? For example, OR Tambo is just not far from Soweto, is not far from Soshanguve. There's accommodation, there's tourist attractions in those areas, there's hotels that offer great facilities. Do we ever advocate for such things to take place in the townships or in the villages? I'll give you an example. If you go to the Matamo border post in Mpumalanga, there's a nice Swati cultural village there. It's in the village, it's in the outskirts at the border between South Africa and Swaziland. At the most disadvantaged village can benefit the local entrepreneurs of the area. Do we then advocate for such issues to go at the most outskirts of the country, or do we always want to bring tourists and the people we do business and trade with and diplomats? We only want to bring them to the city life to only experience that. Now, there was an issue that we're celebrating, that Absa Bank has penetrated the market of Singapore. Chair, I think this presents us with an opportunity that it is perhaps time that our government looks at the issue of investing into building a state-owned bank that will then enter this market and we use the state-owned bank to enter markets like this and explore opportunities like this to not only benefit a select few, because this is a privately owned bank, it does not in the main benefit government or benefit ordinary South Africans. Now, Chair, there's this issue that the Singapore passport and most of these countries that have embassies who are representing us in these countries have presented that there's a 90-day visa exempt day. Now, we are able to extend a 90-day visa exemption to countries in Asia. I think because the department is represented here, should really be told that they must look at the issue of doing the same for all the African states where visa is not a requirement to come into South Africa if you are a citizen of any of the African states. Should just primarily be the issue of having the African passport or any passport from any of the states of Africa. Now, to Commissioner Vuyiswa, I want to say that since she's there in Vietnam, I would just propose that, as the economic freedom fighters, we are proposing that government should align itself and support left-wing and socialist liberation movements and socialist countries around the world in order for us to challenge global capitalism, racial inequality, and environmental degradation. Now, since Vietnam is a socialist state, and we have heard that no one is allowed there to own land, they work on lease. I think this is an opportune time, Chair, that perhaps we look into the issue of real land expropriation in South Africa without compensation in order, Chair, to get the state to own the land. And then we use the same system or strategy that the country like Vietnam is using of giving out a lease to anyone who wants to use the land, whether it be for farming, for residential purposes, for business purposes. Here is Vietnam. Their economy is growing. Their economy is thriving. They are doing well, but the land ownership, no one owns the land. It's through a lease. Here is an example. Why can't we use it, Chair, to do a case study, check how they do land distribution, and how we can then use it in South Africa to do a real thing, so that while we still have the US and the AfriForum and Solidarity going all over the world creating misinformation, let's here come back home, do the real thing, and ensure that we get to expropriate land without compensation. And we use Vietnam as a case study. Every time when we speak about expropriation of land without compensation for equitable redistribution, we're always told that, hey, look at Zimbabwe, but they don't want to use the example of Vietnam. They don't want to use it and say, this is a good example, it's how it's practical, it's doable. How about we use it as a case study and check how it's done, how it's distributed. We learn from them. They are a socialist state. We can get to learn a lot from them, including China, by the way. And then we implement it here at home in South Africa. So, Chair, really, my worry is, lastly, is the issue of not being able to check and be able to have feedback on the companies who get to the now trade all over the world because of the bilaterals or because of the diplomatic relations that South Africa enjoys with certain countries, and then entrepreneurs benefit, but we don't get a report on how that beneficiation has happened, who has benefited from those trade deals. It doesn't have to be names of people, Chair. It just have to be a breakdown of the demographics. South Africa is a diverse country. Everything we do is based on our demographics. From the day you are born, on your registration of birth, it's written black, white, colored, Indian. It's there. There's demographics in South Africa. We cannot run away from that. There's youth, there's women, there's disabled. So we can't run away from asking for reports of that nature, whereby we check the trade agreements that we enjoy with this X certain country. How did it benefit demographically the businesses that are operating there because of the trade agreements we have signed as South Africa and that country? How did it benefit looking at the demographics of the country? How was it dispensed? Is it really working at our advantage? Or these trade deals were actually doing it for the multinational companies that are operating in our country and not by ourselves? But also the issue of global dynamics. Now we have seen this past few days, in fact, I would think that as members of this committee and anyone who's interested in geopolitics have been kept up all night. We really can't sleep. Everybody needs to check what's happening. Is there a trade war looming between the US and China? What is our stance on this? I've seen now Canada has entered that debate on the different tariffs that are introduced now, mainly started by the US to the different countries. How then is it going to affect us as South Africa? What is our stance? What is our position in terms of dealing with these issues? And we must be told, Chair, what happened to the videos? If the videos of the other embassies are available, can they be displayed? Can we see it just like it was done with the Indonesian embassy? Can we get to see it as well, Chair? And can we get an explanation on the vacant post in the different embassies on why it's not filled and what is the process to fill it, and how long should we then perhaps wait to get these vacancies filled, and then perhaps get a feedback report once these vacancies have been filled. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Datlas.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are very succinctly audible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, let me say thank you to all the presenters, to all your excellencies for the presentations. And Mr. Chair, just listening to them, clearly the challenges are similar across most of the virtual tours that we've done so far. We've done oversights to several embassies last year, and these embassies have highlighted significant challenges. But I want to say thank you to these excellencies and to their staff that are there within these embassies, working under very difficult circumstances, working under austerity measures and lack of budget, lack of support, and from national office and from the executive. And picking up from the previous speakers, or one of the previous speakers, I agree that poverty, inequality, and unemployment are indeed triple challenges in South Africa for South Africans. But it is up to our diplomatic issues to use their missions to turn what is now our relationships with these countries into a way to eradicate these problems. Because, you know, it's fine to say we've got all these challenges, but words is not enough. We got to do more, Mr. Chair. We got to put our money where our mouth is. And South Africa at the moment is not putting our money where our mouth is. These missions are meant to represent us. These missions are meant to put our best foot forward. These missions are meant to attract people to our country, to attract tourists, to attract business people, to attract politicians and government to government and business to business platforms, and to track training agreements and foreign direct investment. That's the majority of what they are doing, is meant to make the flow of people trading goods, services much easier. But their job is not being made easy by DIRCO, which is the body that is meant to make sure that these things flow easily. And it's because of simple things like IT challenges and digitization things that are happening, and silos that these organizations within the embassy are working, whether Home Affairs doesn't get post-filled, or whether it's one of the security agencies, or whether it's trade industry. We're finding out that there's a problem with vacancies. There's a problem with how our staff are treated. There's a problem with the embassies being put at the wrong grade. We have a problem with our embassies being treated as stepchildren, especially in in the areas or in the countries where it's not exactly like a first-tier country, as they would say. It's not an America or a big European country. So we then seem to have not a very professional outlook at them. But these are growing markets. These are growing markets, and we need to be doing something about it, Mr. Chair. I want to go through each province or each mission. I think when it comes to Indonesia, we really need a bilateral trade agreement as a matter of urgency, Mr. Chair, especially following these presentations. We need markets to be open to all African Aboriginal and African indigenous entrepreneurs and SMEs. The challenge that we have is that all our current work that we're busy doing and the benefits that's busy happening is going to the same old suspects for the last 30 years. It's the same old people that were previously advantaged under apartheid, the same people that have the monopolies of all the industries in South Africa that own 80% of the land, own 80% of the mines, own 80% of the economy, and they are the ones that are going overseas and are doing these deals. When you look at South Africa's exports to Indonesia, it dropped though from 7.84 billion in 2023 to 5.91 billion in 2024, which is a loss of 1.9 billion within a one-year period. There are key sectors such as mineral products, base metals, and transport equipment, which also steep declines. So what concrete interventions have been undertaken by the Jakarta Mission to reverse this trend and increase trade volumes between South Africa and Indonesia? When you look at the Asian relations and South-South cooperation, South Africa became a sectoral dialogue partner with ASEAN in July 2023 and signed its first Asian-South Africa Joint Sectoral Cooperation Committee agreement in November 2023. Given the delays in this project implementation, however, especially following this presentation, how does the mission justify South Africa funding an Asian South Cooperation Fund when domestic fiscal constraints are worsening, that we're putting money into something that's not benefiting us? So can we just see how we're going to unlock that, Mr. Chair? And then Indonesia has a massive meat shortage, but South African exports in agriculture grew by only 93 million. And we have large amounts of meat, and we can grow our meat production. I do think we have a problem that we only have 3 or 4 really big brands like Karen Brief and ABC and all these different companies that are monopolies that are basically becoming bottlenecks, so that black businesses and black SMEs cannot actually get involved in the meat export business and have to go through them if they want to do it. And I know it's got to do with feedlots and investment and etc. And I've been involved in agriculture while I understand it. But the challenge is, why is there not an entire value chain perspective that we look at the value chain from the grassroots up from the local rural communities, looking all the way through the right to the export into the international market, going to expos, going to all these international fairs. In Indonesia, we also have a problem that we're trying to market wine when it has 7% Muslim population with strict alcohol regulations. I think we should not focus on things like wine. We need to make sure that our products are specific to that community, and that again, we have products that are manufactured, built, designed by local South Africans in the local communities that can be aggregated and then sent to these countries. In Indonesia, I noticed in the documentation that there was a server backup system crash in November of 2024, resulting in 3 months of lost data. The Cisco IP phones are non-functional and network infrastructure is outdated and cybersecurity risks are high. How are we going to make sure that that crash doesn't happen again, Mr. Chair, and that it's not something, if it happens there, is something that's going to happen at other embassies? Is cybersecurity a problem for South Africa right now? And how are we protecting ourselves against cybercrime, against cyber hijacking, against, what is our cybersecurity protocols? And is DIRCO making sure that we're aligned with it? And then does the Jakarta Mission own any South African state properties, or does it rent office space? What are the monthly rental costs, and how do they compare to other embassies in Asia? And when we look at the visa system in Jakarta, which cannot print visas, and applications are issued hand-drawn, handwritten visa labels, why has DHA failed to provide functioning visa printers? And how does this affect South African business and tourism relations with Indonesia? This is mom and pop stupid stuff that we should be doing. I heard from the previous His Excellency also saying you couldn't print things out because the print has been broken for a number of years. This comes back to very simple things. One department says it's not my problem. The other department says it's not my problem. One department says we've got all these printers that are not working, but we don't have permission to sell them. We don't have permission to get new ones. We don't have permission to fix them. So, Mr. Chair, these are simple problems where the system is not serving the purpose. And the purpose is being stopped by the system. The red tape and bureaucracy that we are facing is ridiculous. It has to stop. It has to be changed. It has to be streamlined. We live in a digital, fast-paced, moving world where everything can be digitalized. Everything can be streamlined through artificial intelligence. We shouldn't be worrying about making people, go through processes because that is handwritten. I mean, really, what does it say about our country as South Africa? It's ridiculous. Including the fact that now Indonesia is a BRICS Plus member. What is our mission's strategy to leverage this development to advance South Africa's economic and geopolitical interests? What specific trade agreements have been proposed? Because we need more trade. We don't need less trade. I hear a theme amongst all these committees and along this road, and that road is, we're putting our hands up. We can't do anything about the situation. We don't have the money. We don't have money to even go to expos, to go and put out the exposition. We don't have money to bring Black entrepreneurs, to put them there at these trade shows. We don't have money. We have money, we have resources. We've got a whole fiscal strategy as South Africa. We've got resources in the ground, gold, diamonds, oil across the ocean. Yeah, we've got everything here, and we're not using it for these purposes, which are the most important. And that is to take our people and help our people to create businesses, to create jobs, to create manufacturing plants, to beneficiate minerals, to own value chains that can actually go and trade with places like Indonesia. Now I want to move on to Vietnam, the Hanoi mission. And this is where, and I'm sorry that we have to go through them one-on-one, but that's how it was presented to us. But so I'm going to be doing it that way. Vietnam's economy is projected to grow by 6.5% in 2025, while South Africa stagnates at less than 1%. They're on 6.5%, and we're on 1% for so long. Why have we failed to replicate the industrial policies or policies of countries like Vietnam that are very similar in certain regards, but they've grown and they've gone further. So has India, so has China, so has many of the BRICS Plus countries. Why are we standing still? I can tell you why. It's because we don't own our resources, we don't own our value chains, and our executive is more interested in making loans from the IMF and the World Bank and keeping our people in debt and making money for themselves than they are interested in the future of our people and saving the future of our kids and not putting ourselves in debt. So with Vietnam also being a world leader in rare earth minerals, why have we not secured technology sharing agreements to process South Africans' own minerals instead of exporting rare minerals and materials or raw minerals and rare earth materials to be refined in Asia? Why are we shipping our stuff to them to be refined? They should be giving us the technology. We should be having technology here. We should be having refineries here, smelters here. We should be doing that technology sharing rather than just sending them our raw materials. Because if we do the beneficiation here, we will create jobs for our people, we'll create new businesses, and we'll be able to create a better export ratio, and we'll close the trade deficit that is there. We can only close the trade deficits for all of these countries if we are producing manufacturing local goods and sending it out, not if we're just sending out raw materials, Mr. Jim. Vietnam has aggressively formed its education sector, producing world-class engineers. Why have our missions not established scholarship programs for South Africans in Vietnam, for instance? I know they would not be what we look at traditionally, but they are doing really well on the global stage, and we can learn a lot from them. They also invest in industrial parks. They invest in industrial zones. There's a lot going on in Vietnam that we're visiting to, and this week's the Swedish delegation is there. They're coming to see us later in this week, but they're in Vietnam, and I've been reading about what they're doing there, and they're doing billions and trillions of dollars of trade with the EU. So when South African exports to Vietnam grew from 6.5 billion to 10.5 billion in 2024. So here we can see there's a positive growth, which is good. While imports increased to 20.7 billion, maintaining a 10.2 billion trade deficit. What is the mission's plan to reduce South Africa's dependency on Vietnamese imports and increase export diversification to Vietnam? Because at the moment we're getting more than we're giving, meaning that we again losing and they are winning. So we need to make sure that we have that addressed. And I want to speak to the NEL deal, which it had signed a deal. Vietnam has rapidly expanded its military budget, and South African state-owned NEL has existing defense contracts. But are there any new military-industrial cooperation agreements between Vietnam and South Africa? And how do they align with our non-aligned stance on arms trade and global conflict resolution? And then how do we get that NEL contract to become alive? How do we get that to start working? The Hanoi Embassy also rents its office space at 491,000 Rand per month and the official residence at 146,000 Rand per month. Given South Africa's budgetary constraints, and the mission assessed the cost benefit of purchasing property instead of renting indefinitely in this kind of environment, I think with that kind of amount, we should be able to get a really, really good place. When we look at the Hanoi's missions 2024 to 2024 annual plan, it was mostly unimplemented due to budgetary constraints from DIRCO headquarters. So why does DIRCO continue approving expenditure on embassies that cannot implement their budgets? Should South Africa consider how it's doing that? So I want to move on to Singapore. And in Singapore, we know that it's the gateway to Southeast Asian trade. Yet South Africa's economic presence there is insignificant. Why is our mission not aggressively pushing for greater access to their financial markets, which is quite considerable, as was made very clear to us? And again, we talk about the ABSA deal. And for me, you know, it's fine to say, well, they coming here and they're bringing us AI, they're bringing us their financial services, and ABSA's going there. But again, why are we not looking at black banks? Why are we not looking at Aboriginal banks and indigenous banks? And why are we not looking at banks like Itala? Why are we not making sure that our banks that are black owned are getting the opportunities to partner with banks in Singapore, in Vietnam, in China, and other places? I can tell you why, because our financial industry is completely dominated by European settlers from the past. And they completely have a monopoly over the financial sector, and they are completely using it to exclude black businesses and to make sure that we don't have the finances to start businesses, build businesses that import and export to these countries. So Singapore has developed a world-class public transport system, and we need assistance with our transport. So we need to make sure that we work with them, and we want to know how are we going to benefit from this. Mr. Chair, when it looks at exports, South Africa's exports to Singapore fell by 28%, 1.4 billion to 1.87 billion in 2024, while imports collapsed by 79.8%. How does the mission explain this massive decline, and what interventions have been made to recover lost trade volumes? Investment, you know, it's really important for us to look at these things, because yes, we have to look at things in terms of rands and cents as these missions, because what we're trying to do is deal with that triple threat that was mentioned by our colleague earlier. We must deal with unemployment. We must deal with these things. And you can only deal with that if we make the numbers make sense for the black man on the street, for the colored man on the street, for the Khoisan man on the street. And it's not making sense for us. It's only making sense for the 7% of South Africans that still own the land, that still own the mines, that still own the economy, that still own most of the JSE. Those are the people that are benefiting from these relationships with both countries. And we need to make sure that we turn that around. In terms of Malaysia, Mr. Chair, I agree. Malaysia is a tough one, because Malaysia has had 4 prime ministers in 5 years, raising concerns over political instability. How does the instability affect our long-term investment opportunities for South African businesses in Malaysia? And then, you know, when you look at the halal market, Malaysia is looking to invest in South African halal manufacturing and marine agriculture. We need to make sure that we have binding agreements that has been signed, and we need to unblock those blockages that was mentioned around halal issues and around our meat issues. These are things that we can deal with diplomatically, but they have to be dealt with a little bit more forcefully. And I think the way you can do it forcefully is, as His Excellency said, we need a state visit that will bring not only the executive, but it should bring all of South Africa to Malaysia. You know, I'm a Cape Townian, and I grew up in Cape Town. I traveled around the world, but we have a very large Cape Malay population here in South Africa. Cape Malay slaves are slaves from Malaysia that were brought here under the Commonwealth. They were brought here to work the farms. They were brought here, and they were left here And they are one of the largest populations of Malay people outside of Malaysia. Yet we do not use that relationship and that history to our advantage. We don't use that to advantage for tourism. We don't use it for advantage for trade. We don't use it for advantage for cultural exchanges. So these are the kinds of things that this Kuala Lumpur mission should really be doing. And I've been to Kuala Lumpur. I know it's a beautiful city. It's a gorgeous city. There's lots of trade. There's a lot of things happening there. I mean, even Denel has defense contracts again with Malaysian Defense Forces, yet there are no new agreements. What was done to secure further defense deals? And then Malaysia is prioritizing digital infrastructure and economic modernization. What South African companies can learn is just unbelievable from these countries. So, Mr. Chair, for me, my questions, I can go on for the whole day, but last year we did, I think it was 5 or 6 or 7 different embassies. We did one in person. But from what I can tell is that it's the same systemic problems. My challenge is, once we go through the whole gambit of this, of all our missions, what are we going to do that's going to make sure that next year when we have a trip and next year when we do our virtual oversight, that the same problems that we have now, we're not facing next year? Do we have a long-term, medium-term, short-term plan? Do we know that what are the issues that we are prioritizing that can be fixed quickly and what issues can be dealt is much more long-term? Which things need intervention and which things need for us to make sure that there's more funds and finances available, and we need to unblock things? I think we need to have a much better perspective on things. If we're going to do things, we must do it. We mustn't just talk about it, Mr. Chair. That's what I'm proposing, and that's what I'd like to just ask today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Kumbata.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself, the Deputy Minister in absentia, Your Excellencies, and the team from DIRCO. I think I've been partially covered by my previous colleagues, but I will touch on a few issues. Firstly, with Jakarta, Indonesia, I'd firstly like to welcome and commend the 30 years of diplomatic relations, particularly when it comes to strengthening democracy between the two states, and also strengthening the foreign policy positions, promoting global South development. What I wanted to check with the embassy is in terms of the wine promotion activities and the travel pack by the Mentari Travel Services, which locals or rather South Africans benefit in terms of beneficiation, I think it was covered by one of the speakers, and also in terms of the agricultural market, who benefits generally in terms of South Africans, and what are they doing about the challenges such as the SAA Corporation Fund and the staff complement at DIRCO, which is meant to support the SAA implementation. And then when it comes to Vietnam, the GDP growth is appreciated for the state, which has increased to 10.5 billion. Shows that they are taking action which is impactful. But I also wanted to check, and to that effect, opportunity-wise, what is the range in terms of young people benefiting in Vietnam, women, etc. And then also, in terms of the investment promotions, what fruits do they bear from this? And then, and what action have they taken for the absence of the marketing officer in trade thus far? And then, for all the embassies, my one question is, out of all the efforts they've taken to ensure positive trade, what positive results have come out of these bilateral relations and trade efforts? Why have they been impactful, and are they monitoring also are they monitoring the resolutions of their bilateral meetings that they have been having, and also the investment measures they've taken? Are they monitoring the outcomes of those meetings? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbaza. Honorable Muela.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you and all honorable members and everyone in the platform, including our head of missions in across our 4 respective missions who have made presentations here today. You are Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. I think, Chair, most of the issues most of my colleagues have touched on them, but I want to start by commending the missions, head of missions on achieving most of the targets in ensuring that there is a smooth trade relations with respective to the countries that we are made presentation with here, which will strengthen our bilateral relations, of course, politically and economically with those countries. So I want to check with all these 4 missions with regards to the properties that our missions operate on. Are we owning those properties? Are we renting, or are we on a lease agreement? Then secondly, the mission in Singapore has indicated here, Chair, that there is a lack of support from DERCO. And also in Malaysia, they have indicated that the simple matters like telephones and whatsoever have not been working for quite some time. I want to check from the department, why are all these missions having this kind of problems? What is it that they are not doing right? I mean, our missions, Chair, cannot only be reduced into visa application offices or dealing with these small matters. Our missions should be resourced. Our missions should be capacitated so that we'll be able to achieve our targets, missions in these countries. Being able to make sure that we measure and we take home what is it that they are doing right in their countries that we can apply here. Like they've indicated, my colleagues, in terms of industrialization, agriculture, and so ever, which can be able to boost our economy and otherwise. So I think, Chair, with regard to most of the issues, they have been touched, they've been covered thoroughly by most of our colleagues. So I just want clarity with regard to those particular issues that I've raised, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Muela. Honorable Advocate Shamima.
Good day, Chair. Greetings to your excellencies, honorable members, DERCO members, missions, and to Malaysia. I feel like I need to say salam alaikum. For those who don't know, I'm one of those products from a mixture of Indonesia and Malaysia. And the relationship between Indonesia, Malaysia, etc., it's a very close relationship here in South Africa. I want to thank all for the presentations, and I note that there is many common concerns, as our honorable colleagues have noted. These concerns appears to be what we're going to be finding in many a mission and many an area. IT remains a top concern. I would love to know how outdated those computer systems are, because I'm very concerned about the crash impact thereof that has been noted on, and what it possibly could have actually been lost in the process, and has systems been put in place to ensure that such a crash does not occur again in the near future. I'm also very concerned about DERCO, that there has been a lack of communication. DERCO, it is vital that they support these missions and ensure proper and effective communication. It should be a priority. I would like to have a response on the lack of communication that has been alleged and why that lack of communication occurred. We have big trading partners and potential amongst the countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore. Huge, huge potential and a mutually beneficial potential at that. We keep investing in countries such as America that ultimately wants to victimize South Africa because of our trade and our relations, etc. We need to ensure, and we've mentioned this before, how important it is, one, to start looking at countries wanting and willing to trade with South Africa and work with South Africa. These are opportunities where other doors is being shut. Like America, we can work with those who wants to work with us and who has the same mindset that like us in many of us in South Africa has. Viva to the support for Palestine. I know for a fact that Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, etc., do support the cause for the Palestinians and the stopping of the genocide. We as international relations, we are supposed to be visiting these areas, but I am actually quite disturbed at how many entities are stopping the travel of and forgetting what international relations mean. I would love to know, when last did the portfolio of international relations visit the missions in this particular areas? Because it is also very concerning that the executive 10 years ago last has visited Malaysia. What about the other areas? Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, when last were those areas visited? It is important to, when you build a relation and you create a hype on trade, etc., that our executive visits these areas. And very importantly, it creates another hype when the portfolio committee of international relations visits these areas to firsthand witness and report back to South Africa on their findings. Malaysia and Indonesia and even Singapore and Vietnam is we're fully aware of the Muslim communities and the good relationships that is existing between these areas. From the side of travel and tourism with regard to especially the Muslims and others, there is a huge push from our side in order to ensure travel and tourism between the two countries. And we have seen the increase and the decrease of these travels happening. But we should be increasing this. The halal factor is very important. I'm very aware of the fact that Malaysia has also assisted in educating the communities here in South Africa with regard to halal and the importance and education of the quality of products on halal. I think that needs to be even more on a wider sphere, that we provide this education in order to actually encourage more of the halal products to be purchased, imported, and sold between the relevant countries. Further, as I've noted, we've noted about the mutual beneficial relations. I also know, and I've had discussions not too long ago with the Indonesian General Consular, and we're quite close with the Malaysian sector as well, with regard to increase of opportunities for employment, education, tourism, and obviously the import and export. And these are factors that we need to look at. I know there's been mention made about political instability, but I think that, as South Africans, we need to be honest. We're also going through phases of our own political instability, etc., with the changes that we have found ourselves, with the GNU, etc. So we too have a GNU, and we're also finding our way with regard to this particular aspect. So I think, Chair, further I have been covered by my honourable colleagues, and that is my input for now. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you to all.
Thanks very much, Honourable Shamima and the rest of the honourable members. We'll now give, not in a particular sequence, or maybe we must follow the sequence in which the presentations were done for responses to happen. We'll start with our sister, Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me thank honorable members for their questions. I will start with a question that was raised by Honorable Flongo, who wanted to understand more about the role that tourism plays, particularly people who are visiting South Africa. An example she made was from a point that we made in the presentation about the IWFCI conference. Just generally, and I'll come to the specific, so I'll start general and then to the specific. Tourism creates employment for local people in South Africa by generating demand for a wide range of services and products, thereby fostering entrepreneurship and stimulating growth. And for the purpose of honorable members, in 2023, South Africa tourism sector employed 1.46 million people, and in 2024, 1.7 million people. It is estimated that by 2030, our tourism sector would have employed 2.23 million people. So what is the real impact of people who are visiting South Africa on the economy of South Africa? It's not only about them purchasing flies. The minute a tourist arrives at OR Tambo International Airport, they've already created a job, because the people who are receiving that tourist at the airport, whether it's AXA staff or people who are cleaning at the airport, already a job has been created for a South African. It is estimated by the South African tourism that each and every tourist that visits South Africa at least creates 7 jobs. How is this calculated? It's calculated from the people who are employed at the airport. It is calculated on the basis of people who are providing transport services. It is calculated on the basis of people who are providing services in the different, the hospitality sector. It is calculated on the basis of people who provide food in hotels, in restaurants, etc. It is calculated on the basis of people who are cleaning the rooms for tourists when they are home. It is calculated on the basis of the people who, in most cases, are part of our tourist guests, who are tourist guides who take them to safari, etc., etc. So it is a package of what tourism is able to do for a country. So the question that should now be asked is, what is it that each and every one of us as South African missions abroad are contributing for this to be realized? And this is where consistently in the presentations of all of us, we were mentioning the kind of efforts that we are doing to promote the profile of South Africa, but also to make sure that South Africa becomes a tourist destination of choice. And being a tourist destination of choice means that if there are 3 countries that people would want to visit, they will always choose South Africa, because there's a niche that South Africa has that differs from the other countries. And what is this niche for South Africa? The niche for South Africa includes our cultural diversity. It includes our flora and fauna, so it issues about our landscape, etc. It includes the rich history and cultural heritage that we have. They include many other factors that people don't just come to South Africa to come to Johannesburg or to come to Cape Town. People come to South Africa, at least from Singapore, interested in going to safari, which is not in Joburg, which covers Mpumalanga as well as Limpopo and some parts of the Western Cape. That is not actually in Cape Town, but is in the far-flung areas of the Western Cape province, as well as the Mpumalanga and Limpopo province. And so it's not necessarily always about Gauteng. Those who come to Johannesburg and Cape Town, particularly Joburg, it's mostly tourists who are coming for meetings that are organized in those areas. But tourists who are coming to experience South Africa, They are interested in the people, they're interested in the landscape, they're interested in our culture, they are interested in our gastronomy. And as you know, South Africa is a wealth in one country that offers variety of experience for tourists because, and this is what I always tell people who visit South Africa, if you go to Cape Town, even the kind of plants that you see in the Western Cape and in the Karoo regions are different from what you'd see when you go to Free State and Northwest and KZN, etc. So we are promoting not only Johannesburg, we are still promoting Johannesburg because it's our duty. We're still promoting Cape Town because it's our duty. We're still promoting Durban because it's our duty. But what we are really promoting for tourists in Southeast Asia is for them to discover the areas that are not really, have not really been visited that much by tourists. We encourage them, for instance, to visit Limpopo, and visiting Limpopo is for them to also appreciate the fruit that they are eating in Singapore, where it comes from. So we take them to the farms that plant fruit in Limpopo. So our package is always like that. It's focusing on our gastronomy, our landscape, flora and fauna, our people as the main attraction of tourists to our country. So our tourism plan it has both rural and urban elements where we try to make sure that we promote the best of South Africa. If you are to ask me in one sentence to explain what is my role in Singapore, it's simple. My role in Singapore is to sell South Africa, and selling South Africa has all those tentacles from trade, and trade is making sure that people in Singapore, in fact, South Africans, we have more products on the shelves in Singapore, and I believe we are succeeding in that. If you come to Singapore anytime, Chair, as I have challenged you before today that I would want to host the portfolio committee in Singapore, you would see that in our supermarkets, you will see a lot of South African products that are being sold in supermarkets in Singapore. And what is the reason for that? The reason is that Singapore sources 90% of its food from other countries, starting with its neighbors and its friends like South Africa. So every evening there is a cargo flight that leaves South Africa with fruit and veg. And where is this fruit and veg coming from? It's not even coming from the big farmers in the country. It's actually this corporates that are built by provinces that are making it easy for up and coming farmers to sell their products. So that is the kind of work that we are doing. Honorable Mhlongo also asked about the real impact of now the IWFCI and them being hosted in South Africa. The impact was for us to introduce women who are in big conglomerates in Singapore. When I reported, I said Singapore is headquarters of 34,700 plus companies. Now, we felt that because they already were organized under this banner of the IWFCI, that we could undertake a trade mission that is linked to their conference. So the trade mission means them going into different areas in South Africa, meeting with business people, creating opportunities of collaborations as well as partnerships with our business in South Africa. But secondly, having that conference and inviting women, not only in South Africa, but in the African continent, to engage with these women who are part of these conglomerates. And on a social responsibility project of the IWFCI, one of the things that they are now going to do with South Africa is what they call a green school project. And these are schools of the future where they are using sustainability in terms of the running of the school. So, For example, they would come into a school, assist the school, similarly with how the green schools are run in Singapore, ensuring that they incorporate issues of renewable energy, they incorporate issues of water harvesting. And by renewable energy, you may ask, how is that possible? It's because in Singapore, they use biomass to generate electricity. And biomass means that what you ordinarily will think is a rubbish that you need to throw away in Singapore, they use that rubbish to generate electricity. So this green school project is aimed at trying to assist younger people to be educated on how this can be possible, but also to see how the young people in schools can collect rubbish and work with their municipalities in turning rubbish into electricity. I know the Minister of Electricity is considering coming to Singapore because of this biomass generation. And we are looking forward for him to come so that we can also take him through how they are doing it in Singapore. The second thing on Honorable Mhlongo is you see people coming in and coming out. In our presentation, we had said that we met with 4 investors who some are already investing in South Africa and some are starting the process of their investment. They're establishing their offices in South Africa. I wish to just mention one, and that would be Oaks Habitat is investing in maritime economy. And investing in maritime economy, they are also building the ships, and one of the ship that they are building currently is a woman-only engineers who are building a ship that would be named after Charlotte Manya Matreke as an initiative of the South African High Commission in Singapore. Because that project will be launched in Cape Town, we'll also make sure that the committee members are invited to also be part of this as an outcome of negotiations with Oaks Habitat of a prolonged period. And now this year they will launch the ship that I am talking about. Chairperson, there was another question to Singapore, and it had to do with the vacant posts. In 2024, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, in response to the challenges that South Africa is faced with, took a decision that all posts will be frozen for the financial year 2024-2025 because of what you know, the challenges that has to do with the budget in our country. And the posts were frozen. As Singapore, we supported the view by head office, and we committed ourselves through the budget strategy to ensure that we do more with less. And this is the reason why we would want and would ask the portfolio committee to look at our budget strategy and see the things that we're able to do, even though we lack staff. And there are areas that we feel in 2025, 2026 needs to be given consideration. And one of them is for us to have a local recruited person who will deal with consular work, because our third secretary admin is overworked because she's doing the front desk work as well as the back office work. And because of this reason, we've made numerous requests that at least for 2025, 2026, we should be allowed to hire someone who will do consular work. We are yet to receive response from DECO head office, but we have done our part in supporting DECO's vision with respect to doing more or less. As the High Commission, we believe in the Pareto rule, or principle 18-20, where indeed 80% of the work can be done by 20% of the people. And our report is a clear indication that that can be doable. The only thing that we ask is where we feel that we are drowning for the department to come to our rescue. So that was Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Douglas, we are humbled by your introductory words about the work that is done, and we welcome your comments. On the triple challenges, we are at one. Our role as the missions is at the intersection of domestic challenges and the implementation of foreign policy. So we are here because we must contribute in solving or tackling the challenges that South Africa is faced with. This is the reason why we are running around looking for investors to invest into our economy. This is the reason why we are putting South African products on the shelves in the manner that we are doing. Of course, Singapore is a gateway into into Asia, and South Africa is also a gateway into Africa. And these similarities we are using so that we can ensure that there are collaborations not only at the level of government, but also at the level of the people, whether it is institutions of higher learning in Singapore and institutions of higher learning in South Africa. So we try to utilize the commonalities that South Africa and Singapore has. You would be, I think this is something that I think will be important for the Portfolio Committee to note, Honorable Douglas. One of the things that South Africa is doing, we are also training Singapore bankers, and this is something that we are proud of. And the reason why this is happening is that South Africa has one of the oldest reserve banks and one of the most revered financial system in the African continent, and one of those across the world. We are the fintech hub as South Africa. So there's a lot that countries like Singapore with their advanced technology are also learning from the system that we have in South Africa. We're one of the few countries where an ordinary woman who is working at a corner of a street is able to open a bank called Capitec, and these are models that other countries are interested in. So for us in Singapore, our relations with Singapore is not a relation where we are crawling on our knees. I say this because for us, it's a two-way process where there's a lot that South Africa is able to do in Singapore, and there's a lot that Singapore is able to do in South Africa. I know this message sometimes does not penetrate to members of parliament, and I thought I needed to just mention some of the things that we do. Of course, Singapore has an integrated transport infrastructure. In the sixth administration, we hosted members of parliament from the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure. And part of the things that we were introducing them to was for them to look at the integrated development in Singapore that is where transport is actually the backbone of the integration of the developments in Singapore. And just to say, Chairperson, we initiated that visit because we were interested in our country looking at best practices in other countries. And we do this all the time. And the reason for that is that we believe that through some of these visits, we can introduce new innovations in South Africa. Honorable member commented on the decline of our trade since between November 2023 and November 2024. As we have put it in our presentation, we needed to inform honorable members of the impact of the geopolitics in our trade relations. It has been now established that the trade decline is as a result of factors in our geopolitical landscape that include the global economic uncertainties, fluctuation in commodity prices, particularly key factors. Now I'll start with South Africa, Honorable Member, on the decline. The decline of our trade was in acyclic hydrocarbons, and that accounted for 51% of the decline. We also had a decline in our selling to Singapore, aluminum plating, and lastly, we had a decline as a result of us selling lesser grapes than we were able to sell in the previous year. And on the grapes, these are matters that has to do with the weather patterns that the chairperson of the committee started with when he started the meeting, the extreme weathers that we are faced with that are now impacting on some of the products that we are selling to Singapore. And what is the decline on the side of Singapore in terms of the trade? They had a decline in acyclic alcohol derivatives. And this means that usually Singapore used to sell to South Africa these products, and these products, I'll just mention what they are, is ethanol, also known as ethyl alcohol. This is a volatile, flammable, colorless liquid with a wine-like odor. Is made when yeast ferments sugar from fruit, grains, and vegetables. And as you know, that because of the war in Europe, there are products that countries are not able to have at this point in time because they include some of the products that were received from these countries that are currently in war in Europe. The second one under this acyclic alcohol is methanol. The third one is benzyl alcohol, and they have a few elements of what South Africa used to buy from Singapore under acyclic alcohol, which is impacted upon by the war in Europe. And I'm making this point, Chairperson, again, to showcase that stability and peace in the world has impact on our trade and the kind of, in fact, the supply chains ecosystem, in that if you're not able to receive something from a particular country, you will not be able to supply whatever you used to supply the other countries with. Chairperson, I think I've answered Honorable Douglas. I'll go to Honorable Muela. Honorable Muela spoke on properties in Singapore. We have rented properties we don't own. And I know that Honorable Mhlongo had asked about the videos. We were asked to provide a video or photos. So if honorable members would want to receive videos from Singapore, that will be done. We'll hear the decision of the chairperson, but we had thought that maybe the photos would be sufficient. We've had the comments from other honorable members like Advocate Shamima and Honorable Member Kumbatra. And we have noted the points that were made. I thought I needed to speak a little bit more on tourism as well as the decline of our trade. Chair, I think I have tried to answer the questions that were asked to Singapore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Charlotte. Austulela.
Good afternoon, Chair and Honorables. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me start with the easy stuff that's going to make my life happy. As I indicated in the presentation, nobody owns land in Vietnam. It is state-owned. By implication, the embassy cannot own property or land. We can only rent. This is, therefore, the outcome of us leasing our chancery and our official residence, because Vietnam land belongs to the state. Attendant to that, as indicated in the presentation, Vietnam is a one-party state. Everything is controlled via the ambit of the state. Economic, political, social, academic, everything is run through the state. And when I say the state, I'm using this very loosely in the context of that we are speaking to members of parliament. But in actual fact, at the core, at the center of the running of Vietnam, it is the Communist Party of Vietnam. You will see when even the Vietnamese introduce subject matters and how they engage moving forward, they will always allude to the leadership of the party, then followed by the state, because the party reigns supreme. This means if somebody is entering into discussions around trade or exchange programs, this has to be approved at a party level. Again, I'm going back to the presentation. The person who does the final sign-off at the party level is the Secretary General. Therefore, the Secretary General is the #1 citizen in Vietnam and not the president of the country, as we think. Honorable Mhlongo, the videos, we were told that we actually forwarded the videos to the business unit, right? Because our understanding was that those will be shared with the portfolio committee. But I can make my answers very short to allow my colleagues to flight these videos, because we do have them. It's not that they were not there. It is that we had sent them to the business unit, and we were not anticipating that members of the portfolio committee would like to see the pictures in addition to the videos, but we can correct that. I want to speak to the point that Honorable Mhlongo is asking. Why are we not able to learn from Vietnam? Honorable Mhlongo, part of the work that we do as a mission is to identify these opportunities that will address our triple challenges back home and present those to the departments who are responsible for coordinating or leading those efforts. The mission doesn't sign any agreements. The mission doesn't enter into any contractual obligations. The mission does not sign any MOUs. All of these things are signed at the level of government in South Africa. What we do, we find these opportunities. Why am I telling you this point that you are very well aware of, my dear honorables? It is because part of the difficulty that you will see permeating throughout all the missions you will speak to henceforth is the lack of responsiveness from South Africa. And this is not just a matter of DIRCO. This is a general South African problem. What am I talking about when I say this to you? The portfolio committee is asking why it cannot come to visit Vietnam. In fact, in the 2 years that I have been here, because I have arrived here in 2022, in the 2 years that I have been here in Vietnam, there have been numerous requests by the parliamentary equivalent of whether it's international relations, whether it's agriculture, or whether it's even ministers, to have exchange visits with South Africa. As the mission, we will write the beautiful note verbals, we will send them to South Africa, we will follow up with emails, we will follow up in our monthly reports, and we will even WhatsApp and call people and be like, hello there, do you remember the request from the Vietnamese? They would like to come and visit South Africa. If there is nobody to welcome the Vietnamese that side, nobody from Vietnam can go to South Africa. But I do want to say that should the portfolio committee be ready to come to Vietnam, I will be waiting for you, bright eyes, bushy tails, at the Noi Ban International Airport to come and help you see what it is that is happening in Vietnam. But the lack of responsiveness about requests from South Africa, it is not just about visiting requests. This is about MOUs that govern our relationships. This is about improving the trade figures. All of these things are dependent on departments actually responding to when the mission puts something in place. So really, honorables, it's up to us collectively to find a way to deal with the matter of the non-responsiveness of our country to move the matters forward. As I indicated, in the context of Vietnam, everything is owned by the state. So when you have somebody who is in agriculture, that person is working under the context of the party. And Vietnam is very clear, deliberate, and aggressive about sectoral representation. The Vietnamese Women's Union leads all the efforts of Vietnam around women empowerment. And so they will engage with all the ministries to make sure that if you are sending out a trade delegation to whatever country, there have to be women in that. And the same goes for the youth union. They will make sure that everything that happens has got the sectoral representation. But from the part of South Africa, South Africa is not as religious about adhering to those sectoral representation. If there is an inquiry from the embassy that says, we would like to, let me make this example. In the last 2 years, there's been a conversation about accessing the Vietnamese market by the South African oranges, right? And so this has been a to and fro led by the Department of Agriculture. When the team that comes to negotiate comes to Vietnam, unfortunately, as the ambassador, I can only whisper quietly to my colleagues and say, but why is this only a man-based thing? Why don't we have women? But I cannot stop them from getting onto the plane in South Africa. That is the responsibility of the department in South Africa to make sure that when they send out delegations, when they're going to negotiate for trade, every sector of the society, especially dealing with the triple oppression, are represented in those sectors. If they do not do that, the least that I can do is when they get here, is to say to the host country, we have this difficulty that we have to navigate as South Africa, and we would like you to be open-minded to dealing with our sectors broadly. But as South Africa, we have to take collective responsibility for us not implementing our own legal frameworks. In fact, Honorable Mhlongo asked the question, why are these events all going to the city center? And I'm sitting and I'm thinking here that, you know, Honorable, in Vietnam, you will not have an international event that's taking place that the party has not workshopped to say which area of Vietnam is it going to take place in, and what is it that it wants to achieve with that specific area. So when we are hosting whatever it is that we are hosting, and we are not putting the requirements for where people will be staying, where people will be eating, where people will be accommodated in a non-negotiable term, then it's not going to be easy for us to follow up in terms of saying, take people to Soweto. When you do not say to conferences that we have a conference facility in Soweto, so you will be using that conference facility, they will go to what they see on the internet. And it's a narrative that we have to keep on fighting to say, South Africa is beyond Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. There are so many other places that you can explore in South Africa. But we need to make sure that our legal framework helps us we need to explore as part of growing our economy. Honorable Douglas speaks about what is the role of the mission in increasing the trade. So one of the things I wanted to, when I spoke about the lack of responsiveness and our interconnectedness, I want to make the point, as I indicated earlier, that the only sister department that we have in the mission in Hanoi is defense. We do not have a DTIC person. That's the work that is executed by DIRCO officials. We do not have agriculture people. That is the work that is being executed by DIRCO officials. But in taking forward the outcomes of the work that the DIRCO officials are doing, rest the official at DTIC, rest the official at agriculture. Again, by way of example, the Minister of MOIT, Minerals, and which is kind of like the equivalent of DTIC back home, has been begging to come to South Africa for the last 2 years. He has been begging for an audience with the Minister of DTIC. Why is he begging for this audience? Because he would like to discuss the question of how do we make sure that the skills that Vietnam has in terms of processing minerals can find expression in South Africa, but also that how do we regulate the buying relationship? Because again, as I said, Vietnam, everything is it's controlled by the state. It's not a free-for-all market. How do we make sure that with their way of approaching things and our way, we can find a synergy that makes it possible for our relationship to move forward? It has been 2 years to get a response of saying, no, I cannot meet my counterpart because of whatever, or yes, I am able to. Now, once I am at that point where I have met the Minister of Moed 5 times, and I do not have a response to why is it that there is no response coming from TTIC, I do not have any other miraculous powers in me to be able to present to the minister. I can only keep saying that I will go back to DTIC and I will encourage the minister to respond, and I will encourage the minister to accept the request for an invitation. Without that, the work that we do is the mission ends up in the middle of it kind of falls in a dip, because that's why the portfolio committees keep on asking us, but missions, what are you doing? What is it exactly that you are not doing to make this thing grow? We can only bring the matters to the door of South Africa. Once we have left them with the relevant departments, the only thing we can do after that as the mission is the aftercare. We need to go to Ho Chi Minh, which is the financial capital of Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh is an equivalent of traveling from Cape Town to Johannesburg. If I want to go and meet with the financial center of Vietnam, I am based in Hanoi and I need to get to Ho Chi Minh. If DIRCO says to me, you cannot use the budget of the mission to go to Ho Chi Minh City, then the next question is like, okay, so how do I get to Ho Chi Minh City? Can I find somebody to sponsor me? And then the same DIRCO comes back to me and says, no, Voice, before you go around asking for sponsorship and putting the name of South Africa into disrepute, you must ask permission from us to get a sponsorship to enable me to go to Ho Chi Minh City to attend a conference that is going to allow me to find possible investors in South Africa. And for me to get that approval from DIRCO, I need to write a submission, which, by the way, is not going directly to the DG's office. It's going through all the little channels in DIRCO, which may take it another 3 weeks before it gets to the DG. By the time it gets to the DG, the conference is over, and I am going to report in my map that it is unachieved. And then the portfolio committee is going to ask, but Ambassador, you are sitting there in Vietnam doing what exactly? So I think that there has to be an holistic look at how it is that we move forward in making it possible for us to do what we want to do, mindful of the limited resources that we have as a country. I am not saying that just allow us to run freely, but I'm saying if you're going to say to me, Voiswa, find an alternative way to do things. In Vietnam, you are asking me to go to the government of Vietnam to ask them to sponsor a program of the government of South Africa. That's how it works laterally. I'm not Singapore, where there's companies that are sitting somewhere that can sponsor and they're independent company. If I go to Viettel and I say, Viettel, can you sponsor our National Day because you are the communications company in Vietnam? I am in actual fact speaking to the Ministry of Defense of Vietnam to sponsor the National Day, which is not a problem. I can do that. But then I still have to go back to DIRCO to say, DIRCO, do you give me approval to go ask the Ministry of Defense in Vietnam to sponsor my National Day so that I am able to invite other telecommunications companies from South Africa to come and see what it is that Viettel has been able to do. So it's not just the simplistic things of saying that, oh, there is no budget. It is when the rules and regulations tie you such that you are unable to move. At the end of the day, the only thing you feel like you can do is to wake up in the morning, leave the residence, go to a meeting, come back from a meeting, attend a virtual meeting, come back from a virtual meeting and go back home. Because in Vietnam, I cannot get anywhere if I do not have a traveling budget. And unfortunately, Ambassador Lehoro, I replaced him. He will be able to share the sentiments that I'm expressing. I'm just saying that to the portfolio committee that please understand that some of the things that we do, because sometimes we think about, oh, it's Southeast Asia. Vietnam is a little bit of a different animal in the animals of Southeast Asia. And I always also caution that just because it is a socialist country does not mean the experience that you find in China, the experience that you find in Cuba, or even in Venezuela is what you're going to find, because Vietnam is very clear that they follow what they term bamboo diplomacy. They are very pragmatic about their approach. When something is in the interest of the country, they will pursue it. But if it is delaying the interest of the country, they will put it to the side a little bit. It doesn't matter how long or how deep the friendship. If you are not doing something that moves them towards the development of the country, they will leave you on the sideline and they will go with those who are making it possible. And one of the major things that Vietnam is complaining between South Africa and them is that as South Africa, we do not enter into bilateral free trade agreements. Now, this thing has been canvassed even when the deputy president came to visit in 2023. The Vietnamese said to him, Deputy President, can you allow us to have some agreement so that we can have some preferential treatment between Vietnam and South Africa? And the deputy president says, but our friends, we have tied ourselves to SACU. What we can do is we can support your application to go and trade through SACU. The unfortunate part of this decision is that our other fellow members in SACU will turn around and have bilateral free trade agreements with Vietnam. In this case, Mozambique, Angola have bilateral free trade agreements with Vietnam, which allow them to push things. We as South Africa, we do not have that because we are following that. We are going in the block of SACU. Outside of that block, we are not able to enter into free trade agreements. Honorable Douglas, about scholarships, I think there are two things that I just want to say about the scholarship. First thing is that is a language. Because Vietnamese, it is the official language of the Vietnamese. So if you go into any official meeting, even if the Vietnamese you are meeting with has got a good command of English, they will communicate with you in Vietnamese. And therefore, the schooling system, it is predominant in Vietnamese. However, because of how they've been advancing technologically, they have now been able to introduce AI to allow students to get real-time translation of whatever it is that they are offering so that you can pick whatever language you want and you can study in that. Now, having said that, again, Vietnam offers 5 scholarships annually through the Vietnam Maritime University. This is a combination of a civilian university, but that is run like a Navy university because it also does a professional development for people in the Navy. When I arrived here in 2022, the cycle had passed without us being able to get a response from South Africa about, is there anybody who has taken up? In 2023, we went directly to provinces. We were then able to get a response from the Northern Cape. As I'm speaking to you, we have 2 students from the Northern Cape who are studying at the Maritime University. But this was not because of the efforts that were happening via the designated channels. It is because the mission had to go over and above to be able to find people who can enjoy these benefits. And this is only in Vietnam. Now, imagine when you have a country where language is not a barrier, where people can come and discuss and learn in whatever languages. So again, our lack of responsiveness and our inability to see the urgency, because again, Vietnamese do not have an obligation to meet our timeline. If they're offering scholarships to us, it is our responsibility as a country to respond to their timelines. We cannot tell the Vietnamese, whose academic year, by the way, starts in September, and then they tell us this year to say, Embassy, next year in September, we have spaces for 5 people, and we distribute this information to the relevant departments in South Africa. And then we come back next year in September and we say, no, we are not ready. Can we get an extension until January? And then January comes and we're like, no, we are not ready. We have not been able. Something, I don't know what it is, but something is not happening in the way that it's supposed to be happening to allow us to find resolution to the problems that we have. Partnerships with military. Chair, this one is, I think I'm gonna have to try and be as diplomatic as I possibly and humanly can. As I indicated in the presentation, we just concluded the defense policy dialogue last week. And part of that dialogue was re-looking at what is happening in the military industry and the agreements that we have in military agreements. First thing, the defense attaché left last year, June. We have not had any word from the Defense Department when they will be replaced. So again, this is the work that is being executed by DIRCO officials. And I must indicate, when it comes to the issues pertaining to military, this is a highly skilled and a highly sensitive area. So the Vietnamese are not going to speak to Vuiswa about their ammunition when Vuiswa has no basic military training. What they will tell me is that, Ambassador, can you please get your people to send the defense attaché so that we can move along with the agreements that we need to move forward. Incidentally, Vietnam hosts every year, they host a defense expo. South Africa has, in 2023 and in 2024, sent deputy minister level to participate in those expos, but they were not accompanied by members of the industry. It is only in the last defense policy dialogue where the defense industry was part of that, and it allowed for an opportunity to firstly understand what is it that has been happening within the industry, but also for new spaces, for new companies. And I must indicate again, even in the last week's policy dialogue, Dinel was not there. The Vietnamese asked, they said, but we have an outstanding matter with Dinel. When is Dinel coming back to us? The acting secretary of defense promised that very soon Dinel will come back, but we are hoping that at least before June this year, we will get the military attaché who will be able to solely focus on these matters, because the agreements that are in place in terms of the military industry, these agreements are agreements that were signed in your 2003, 2006. They need reviewing, they need updating, they need upgrading, but we do not have the open communication that allows for the facilitation of this for this exchange. I've spoken about the sectoral representation, and I've spoken about property. Advocate Shamima, I think High Commissioner Lobe spoke at length about the ICT things, because poor High Commissioner Lobe, I think she's become an expert of ICT at this point, because when all of us have problems, we go to Singapore. With the personnel that is at Singapore and the number of missions that it supports, it is highly impossible for them to be able to reach us all at the same time. Again, as we're saying, I am sitting in the office now as I'm speaking to you on an iPad. My Cisco line is not working. So if I wanted to ask something from High Commissioner Lobe, who is also sitting in her office, and say, I can't go through the Cisco line, I have to go on a cell phone. And the cell phones that we are using, these are not set up for, cybersecurity. Whatever conversations we have on these cell phones, it's open for interpretation and an interception. And yet I am expected to have this in-depth phone, Ambassador, you must go and phone the Minister of Foreign Affairs. From a phone that I get from VTEL, who is going to have a third party sitting there listening to everything that I'm saying. So there has to be a real look at how we view our tools of trade, because without the tools of trade excellencies, there is nothing we can do. We can knock down the doors, we can set up meetings, we can present in conferences, but if we do not have the proper tools of trade, we are not going to be able to have the maximum impact that members of the portfolio committee, rightfully so, are demanding of us, because we cannot be sitting in these missions and not doing the best that we can from our countries. But again, also, we can only walk so far if we do not have the necessary tools of trade to take us to the next level. Now, I'm going to pause there, Chair, and ask if members would like to see the videos of Vietnam now, or do you trust that Vietnam had the videos ready?
Thanks, Austulelo. Let's proceed.
Okay.
I think it was just a caution, but yes, if it's available to our staff, there's no problem. It can always be sent to members. So thanks very much, Austulelo, for those responses. Ausjabu, Malaysia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will start by answering Honorable Mhlongo Unjomani. She asked about who monitors the benefits of the employment from the trade, especially the products that are exported to our respective countries. For example, with Malaysia, as they import mostly fruits and fruit products and awaiting beef. Obviously, it's farm workers who benefit from that. And I understand that DTIC monitors those companies and farms. Who did they employ from the deal that was signed for with Malaysia, for example? They do go back to check how many people have they employed, be it fruit pickers, be it people who will be working permanently in those apple farms or other citrus fruit farms. As I mentioned in my presentation, that the cost of living in Malaysia is high. The apples, 6 apples from South Africa here, ringgit, it's 14.90, that is 60 rands. But because they are from South Africa, and every time when I buy with the mind set that this 60 rands I'm paying for 6 apples, it's going to benefit someone in the farm, some malume that I don't know, but I always make sure that I buy South African products that we get here. And I was comforted from my conversations with my fellow African diplomats when they told me not.
Chair, my hand is up.
Yes, I can see. Donald Mutlongo, what's the issue?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I can hear the commissioner trying to respond. That's not what I asked. We all know farm workers are black people in Nigeria. I'm talking about the companies. Who are the owners of those companies? That was my question. That who are the people who are direct, who are benefiting big? Farm workers, they earn peanuts. They don't benefit really. They just are cheap disposable labor. We know how farm workers are treated in the farms. I'm asking about the companies, that the owners of the companies who are exporting these products, those are the biggest beneficiaries. I was asking if we can, at some point, like you saying TTI has that breakdown. At some point, we must call TTI to come and give us the breakdown of these companies that are exporting products and services outside of South Africa to the different countries, the trade groups we have. Who are those people? And we get a breakdown of the demographics, not the farm workers. Farm workers are the lowest paid workers. We know how they get to be treated. They are just cheap, easy, disposable labor. Most of them don't have even contracts with the farm where they work in those farms. I'm asking about the real people, the owners of this company, is who I'm asking about. Thanks.
Okay, but let her complete the responses. If after she has completed the responses, members feel that a question has not been satisfactorily responded to, we can always deal with that at that stage. Proceed, my sister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. From beef side, it's current beef. From the citrus fruit, it's Cape citrus. I hope that answers Honorable Mhlongo's question. I can move on to, she also asked about whether we report on these matters, the meetings and that we are engaged in. The meeting between agriculture and DVS, the report was sent to head office, and we also made a recommendation that should the president consider undertaking a state visit to Malaysia, the Minister of Agriculture should form part of that delegation for him to meet up with his counterpart regarding such matters, because it's not only about beef, it's a lot of things that need to be ironed out in on the government level. So I hope I'm answering that other question that she has asked. Honorable Douglas, thank you very much for echoing my request that the president needs to visit Malaysia. I hope that we'll continue to get support in that regard. You also asked about Dinel. what was done for us to obtain that contract. Why is it now ending? Mentioned before that it had more to do with active high-level visits. I'll repeat that. Dinel has been present in Malaysia. On the defense and security shows, they used to have a pavilion with the assistance of DTIC. So I remember they had a pavilion in the they participate in the DSA 2014. That's when after they got to sign in 2015 the contract. The reason why they had 10 years contract. So that's why it's ending. Why it's not being renewed, considering the financial constraints of also keeping the officials in Malaysia, the South African officials, I think it's kind of not affordable for now. But another cause is that we are now unable to market our defense industry as we used to. For example, we no longer participate in the DSA. We no longer have the exhibition stand. Right now, South Africa is invited to Lima in Langkawi. It's taking place in May. Invitations have been sent through DECO. I know DECO has shared with our defense department. I personally sent those invitations. Our defense attaché is following up, but there has not been a response or confirmation who will attend those the exhibition. It would have been a good thing if, because that exhibition, it has to do also with the maritime strength of countries. Different countries, they bring their big ships for them to be viewed by various countries. So South Africa can we can send ours to at least one for display, but that is not happening. So we need to market our companies even more. We're still gonna get a chance to have trade with the host country. With regards to what are we doing with regards to MOUs, we have proposed a halal MOU, specifically halal MOU. We are yet to hear from head office whether it will be between agriculture and agriculture this side, or between DTIC and HDC this side, including MITI and MATRADE. But that proposal is out. Honorable Douglas also made mention of the Cape Malays and the connection we have. That is our card that we use as the mission. We always mention to everybody who cares to listen that South Africa is very connected to Malaysia because we have a Cape Malay community in South Africa. Whenever they want to visit South Africa, they will get a chance also to meet their families in a way. So what we did in 2022, I know it's a bit old, but during the Heritage Day, because we don't have money to have a big events, we organized a virtual tourism promotion meeting where we invited the tour guides, those who are selling tour deals to South Africa. So we had that tour guides, and then a presenter was from Western Cape of Cape Malay descent. So she gave a presentation on culture, cultural connections, tourism, promoted tourism. So we had that momentum, but they want to see something for real, physical, tangible, but we can't have those pavilions. We depend more on virtuals. So that's another thing that we use. I think the question from Honorable Kumbaca is almost similar to Honorable Mhlongo, which has been responded to by mostly the three of us who have presented. Honorable Muela also asked about lease agreements or whether we own. Both excellencies have responded. The answer is the same as Malaysia. We are renting, we sign lease agreements for the chancery. The official residence, when we get the head of mission, it's going to be a lease agreement as well. We don't have land that we own or any property that we own in Malaysia. Advocate Shamima, with regards to the visits of the portfolio committee to our host country, we would really appreciate it if that could take place. Fortunately, last week Monday, I attended a meeting at the, I can say it's your counterpart, a parliamentary committee on international relations and international trade. Now, if Honorable Chairperson can allow me to read just an extract from the report I wrote and sent to head office, where it talks to invitations and exchange of visits between parliament portfolio committees. If I may read just that part. I was talking to Mr. Wong. So the report is written by me because I was attending that meeting. Mr. Wong further indicated that the committee is open to visiting South Africa should an invitation from the South African Parliament be extended. Ms. Msibi proposed that a virtual meeting be organized first to be followed by a physical visit, considering the long process of obtaining the invitation letter. I'm also going back to what Honorable Excellency Tulelo has raised, that you send a request to head office, it takes forever to be approved. Hence, I proposed that a virtual meeting between the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and here, we consider doing that first, and then the physical visit takes place. I think I've answered all the questions. With regards to the video, we have the video. I don't know if Honorable Chairperson would like us to play it. We had prepared it. We thought it will be played at the end, actually.
Are you done, Osjabu?
Yes, yes. I just want to check if we can play the video or I can just close.
Yeah, you can just close, my sister. The video will be sent to each one of us.
Yes, it's already sent to head office. They have it, just like with Vietnam. It was sent during the course of the week, last week already.
What I mean is our administration in Parliament will send it to us as members.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's where I end my answers. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much for those responses. Ntate Lekgoro?
Thank you. Am I?
You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the committee. Let me first start by saying that perhaps other areas which members inquired about may have been covered by those head of missions who went before me, and also say that Ambassador Tulelo, I think, has ably demonstrated how we as missions depend on others. We may initiate, we may intervene, but finally our work is only complete when the others give support and respond accordingly. I will try and address the questions that I think were directed to the mission in Indonesia. One was if South Africa could learn about industrialization from Indonesia. I welcome the comment by the member, and DTIC, as we all know, has an industrialization strategy, and they are aware of the Indonesian industrialization strategy. And perhaps in time, when they see the wisdom, I'm sure they will seek audience with the Indonesian government. The next question is on who benefits on these trades, and especially in terms of the demographics of the country. And you know, the question is the usual white business that benefits, and it's an effort that is required from home to change that reality. We do all what we can. For instance, when we organized our November Agricultural Week last year, we invited the provincial investment promotion agencies of all provinces, but there is no response. We ask them questions when they meet people come, we invite them, we ask them, are there any, meat companies in your provinces that are new entrances or black companies, if you like, who may wish to be part of this activity? You get no response. So that is one of the difficulties that we must find a way of how to overcome. The next one is on how we deal with the deficit that we incur in our trade between the two countries. I mean, one way which we always suggest, particularly to the agricultural business, is to ramp up exports of all the products that are allowed to be traded between the two countries, that they are exporting at very low volumes, and the volumes should go high. That will make a difference in the deficit. The second issue is that unless, you see, what do they say in English? They say the bull in the crawl. The bull in the crawl is the issue of trade agreements. We trading in an environment where all other countries that are trading with Indonesia have trade agreements. We do not have. We trade outside any trade agreement. And as a result, the tariffs for South African exporters are higher than the countries we are competing with. As you have heard from other heads of missions, the problem there is always explained as a SACU problem. Now, I believe Portfolio Committee is a competent body to discuss around these issues of, how can we get trade agreements with countries of Southeast Asia, notwithstanding the fact that there is this problem or a barrier of the SACU agreement that South Africa has entered into with the SACU country members. And it is true that while South Africa seems to use it as an excuse, some SACU members appear to trade with these countries. In our case, Mozambique is an example. They have a free trade agreement with Indonesia and their SACU members. So I think, this discussion has been going on. I know it is probably receiving attention, but it would be, I'm sure, adding the impetus if the portfolio committee would be seized with this discussion also. There's an issue on Indonesia needs more meat, which is true. Indonesia needs more meat. And that's the reason why Minister Lahoud in 2023, when he visited South Africa, he met the Minister of DTI, the then Minister of DTIC, and met the President. And this issue was on the table. And there was an agreement that came out in the public that South Africa will deliver 50,000 live cattle to Indonesia. To date, that has not happened. And I just wanted to report that. And our effort in the agricultural week last year that brought all these big meat companies of South Africa was an effort in that direction of unlocking, South African meat to come through. I should also state that Indonesia is also not an easy area to do business. The ease of doing business in Indonesia is low, even in terms of indices that you get either from World Bank or other institutions. And then wine. A member commented that perhaps because Indonesia is a Muslim country, wine promotion might be missing the mark. I agree that it is a Muslim country, but it's not 100% Muslim country. About 14% of Indonesian population is not Muslim, and that translates to 39 million people because we're talking about 280 million people. And there's a 40%, no, not 40%, 40 million people who are in the middle class in Indonesia. And added to that, you have a big number of expats in Indonesia. Now that is a market. It's a market half the population of South Africa, and it's a market that other countries are competing strongly for under trade agreements. The Australian wine, when it comes through here, it's only taxed 5%. We are taxed 50%. So it's a market. It cannot be ignored. And then the other, I think the issue that was raised was the ASEAN South Africa Cooperation Fund, to say, how useful is this fund? Remember, everything we do under the sectoral dialogue partnership, the programs, the projects that we put together are for mutual benefit. Learning from other countries who are in the same sectoral dialogue partnership arrangement, this also helps you to leverage the market, gives you market access. Let me make an example in our own case. we have now caused a meeting between the two fashion houses in South Africa and in ASEAN. And they had a meeting. And out of this meeting, the joint project that they will do under sectoral dialogue partnership would be to house a fashion show, probably in Cape Town. They are still discussing that. Now that is business. That is business. It's rands and cents. The agricultural group that was here last year had the opportunity to meet with the ASEAN agencies in agriculture, and they discuss how and what project they can enter into. And in the process, that gives our agricultural sector access to the 10 member states. So, you know, that's how useful that arrangement is. But, you know, it needs funding of when we get into those projects. I spoke to the trade agreement because I think this was raised also that we need a trade agreement. That no doubt we need. The renting of properties, I reported we don't have properties that are ours. We rent out. It's the chancery. It's on renting. Official residence is on renting. Houses for transferred officials are on renting. I think my last one is vacancies. We have a vacancy on the first secretary political. And this vacancy was caused by an unfortunate situation that we always suffer here in Vietnam because of weather conditions, in Indonesia because of weather conditions. And thanks to your kind words, Chairperson, at the beginning, when you addressed the vagaries of weather here in Jakarta. But just to put you at ease that we are a bit further away from that area that was affected. But we have a problem of air pollution. And one of our transferred officials, the children couldn't stand this. They were becoming ill and until the doctors recommended that they have to leave. So the post was moved with money to Botswana. So there was what we call intermission transfer. So he was transferred to Botswana, but they had to move the post with the funds. So it is vacant until he concludes his posting in Botswana, which I think will be in 2026, end of 2027. So it will be vacant for that duration of time. And the messenger driver post, no, it was due to the messenger resigning because he got another employment elsewhere that pays better than we do. And we are unable to fill the post because there's currently a moratorium in filling LRP posts due to shortage of funds. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ntatelo Khoro. South African time, it's now 20 to 2. In Vietnam, it's 6:45.
Even here it's 4:07.
Oh, yes.
Indonesia.
Thank you very much for those responses. Indeed, this is a very long meeting. Honorable members, is there any extended additional appetite to engage on the responses?
Yes, Mr. Chair, from my side, MK says we can listen to what the responses are. Happy with that.
Yes, Honorable Douglas.
No, I'm saying you can go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Chair. No, I just want. No, I was starting to hear. Sorry. So I'm just saying everything is fine, and we'll do a follow-up. Please, can they send that information that's outstanding through to us? Can we please follow up on where we are in terms of the committee taking a proactive stance of sorting out these problems and these challenges that we are facing? And I want to thank the presenters for their presentation.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. Your honorable members, I hope you're okay now. Just be aware that in this portfolio committee, everybody, excluding the chair, is new. So all other members who were here before are no more in the committee. So in the sixth administration, we met with the ASEAN group, particularly the chair, 3 times on 3 occasions in Cape Town. So there are some discussions which were going on, and they were disrupted by the changes, which then occurred here in Parliament due to the outcomes of the elections. The second point that we have to bear in mind, honorable members, is that South Africa's economy is a skewed economy because of colonialism and apartheid, and because of its capitalist nature. It's so institutionalized that it's gonna take more than a century. Future generations, I hope they can overcome it. Because we are in a catch-22 situation. You have to continue transformation agenda, but at the same time, you have to preserve South Africa's interests as a country. I'll make an example. If you look at the EU and maybe AGOA, and you look at the overall benefits that accrue to us economically as a country, you may well come to the conclusion that we are doing very well at that level. But if you are to follow the approach which Honorable Mhlongo was talking about, and we did it in the last term with Honorable Minister Pando and the former Minister of DTIC, and we've never met together to deal with that matter. We must still deal with it going forward. And you drill into what the Constitution of the Republic says, it's injustices of the past. The injustices of the past are Black people in general and Africans in particular. So if you do this aggregation of this trade all over the world that South Africa has, you will realize that we are actually strengthening and even growing the status quo, where white capital continues to benefit far more than Black people in general and Africans in particular. We are in that quagmire as a country. So ambassadors can't resolve that problem, because ambassadors have got the responsibility to promote what is called the country's interests. They may be conscious politically, and they are. That one I can assure you. They are conscious politically of the political imperatives of South Africa. So members of parliament, ourselves, members of parliament, we must try and continue the agenda which was started by the last administrations, the 6 parliaments committee, where we had said to Honorable Minister Pando and Honorable Minister of DTIC, Patel, that we must do disaggregation on trade agreements and the extent to which they impact on poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And if, well, I won't say if you remember, those who are in the staff will recall here that it even took us to a debate on GDP, the extent to which GDP is a short-circuited formula adopted by the World Bank and the IMF, which doesn't work for us. At that stage, we were saying that in our instance, we may have to adopt a dualism of having GDP and also having a measure of the decline and growth of poverty as a variable in the equation of looking as to the extent to which whether the economy is doing well or not. So we have a lot of work, honorable members, as members here, to begin to push the executive to report such that we are able to give granular details. A black person, for instance, will not be able to export meat to China. I can tell you now, it's not going to happen. That's why you've got current beef. Because the technical requirements by China, for instance, for you to export beef, maybe Motsepe can do it. But me and you, Honorable Mhlongo, will not be able to comply with those requirements because we don't have access to capital. So we will not be able to comply with the requirements of China. But we'll discuss those things going forward. And I hope as the portfolio committee, we can, and I agree with Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Datlas and other honorable members, we have to use our presence here until 2029 to demonstrate the extent to which, yes, the state is doing the right thing with increasing trade and so on, but the trade continue to be skewed in favor of white people in South Africa because of our historical problems that we have. So that's the point that I thought it's important for us to make when we discuss these matters of trade. So we must get into a fight in Parliament, ourselves working with the executive in terms of mandate and accountability. Otherwise, I want to thank our staff for arranging this accountability session and thank the department for having mandated the Deputy Minister Moraka to lay the foundation for this important meeting. I have an apology from the DG, and they have sent Ndademunyela to come and lead the team here. There's no problem with that. We accept that. And we want to thank our colleagues. You know, I marvel and I'm excited by the extent to which I was Charlotte, I was Jabu, I was Voice, the extent to which you are able, in a succinct way, present a report to us as Parliament. And by the way, there are members of South African society who are following the proceedings of this portfolio committee sessions through various platforms provided by Parliament as part of deepening democracy. I must say, one is impressed, I'm excited, I'm humbled by the extent to which you have invested time, you have invested your intellect, notwithstanding the challenges of resources that you have. You are hamstrung by the lack of resources, but we can see that you are not abandoning the trench where you are. You are not abandoning the trench to make sure that you push, as South Africans frontline troopers, you are pushing South Africa's agenda. It's a struggle we have to continue with all these problems that we have at our disposal. And I must say, we will include it in our report. We are happy with the extent to which you are doing everything possible at your disposal to pursue South Africa's agenda so that one day we can have this united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous society. So we want to thank you very much for continuing to pursue South Africa's agenda. The matters that you have raised, which are hamstringing some of your operations, the extent to which you may be hamstrung by either the lack of quick response from DERCO, either a lack of DERCO not clarifying things on time and so on. We're going to raise it with DERCO, and we'll continue to make a follow-up with DERCO so that there can be synergy between ourselves, yourselves, and DERCO, because all of us, our responsibility is to make sure that South Africa succeeds. It's just that we are posted at different responsibilities. We are in Parliament, you are outside the country as ambassadors and high commissioners, and DERCO is the head executive arm of the state. You are an extension of that executive arm of the state. But all of us collectively, we have a responsibility to make sure that we make South Africa succeed. So there must be constructive criticism. We must be hard on each other sometimes, but you can see our committee is not an unreasonable committee. We don't unreasonably become harsh and hurl insults at our ambassadors and high commissioners and the executive. We want substance and content, and that is what we are focusing on, and we are very happy. Otherwise, those who are going to enjoy their evenings, where it's evening in Vietnam and all over, enjoy your evenings. Those of us here in South Africa, enjoy your lunch in the afternoon. We will continue to meet and work together as frontline troopers of international relations. Meeting is now closed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Long live the chair. Long live the
Thank you,
chair.
Chair.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.